all. So, where are we? Well, I have gotten all of my services that I have intended to built. They're not all. I mean, obviously, all the functionality is not fully into them yet. But I just recently added the last two, which was the players and leagues. There are other things probably coming that'll have to be created later, but those were my planned services. I've got the full slate makes up 10 services, and that is my user account, test data, streamers, simulator, players, playbook, leagues, gateway, which is the controller for all of my services, got game plan, and coach, and the authentication service. So some of these are much further along than others. All of them probably still have things that are going to need to be done. I have auth needs a number of different authentications to be built into it. Common, of course, I keep adding new features and functionality to it. But ultimately, there is quite a few items that I didn't expect to be working on at this point. And I'm surprised that I got them in this far. I'm not sure what some of these are doing. I don't know what this GitHub API is or this. I think the AI has been doing some stuff, and it slipped under my. Well, node modules is a default one. I am not a huge fan of why is node modules even right there? See, that's node modules. Why is this here? I am definitely a bit curious as to what exactly is happening with my node modules there. I don't think I need to. Why is this existing? I think this might come. Does PFFM? I wonder if it's treating each of these as their own separate thing. Yeah, it might be treating them both as their own separate projects, which in fact is probably the ideal way to go. So I think it just depends on how I'm running the app. If I open PFFM Go MS, I need to have the node modules in there, and that's probably why it's there. And I don't have this stuff grouped like the services should probably be in a services folder. But I'm afraid that if I start editing that stuff, things get wonky. Because each service is its own application. And they all call each other. But why do I have this? See, that's another one I don't understand. This is my common API GitHub. I don't know what that is. But anyway, it's not the items I'm working on, so who cares? I don't know. All right, so what I am working on is I'm not interested in deleting that stuff right now because I don't want to break anything. I've been trying to get everything to get to a state of compiling because I have gone pretty deep into how the simulator works on the back end now, and I'm starting to get a lot of the functionality in place. There's a few things I haven't got fully worked out, but it is starting to get to a better place. Okay, so here's one of the things I've learned about AI. AI is great. It's got me where I am. I mean, it's helped me get a long way in a short period of time, which that's awesome, right? What it doesn't do, what AI doesn't do is give you consistent code. Okay, it'll give you working code. It might even give you good code, but what it doesn't give you is consistent code. Now, I'm not to say you're going to get all those things or any combination of good code and working code. the more complex your application gets, the more difficult it is going to be to get AI to give you good, clean, functional, and consistent code. Now, what do I mean by that? Well, all right, for example, we have the situation of the variables that you can pass to a function, right? Now, these PB prefixed ones are proto file definitions. These are the files that kind of give you a universal way to pass objects between all of your services, right? Or between all of your functions. And you can also make outside calls and define those. And one thing you can't do, surprisingly, is in Go anyway, is you can't pass what they call, in Go I guess they're called primitive types. This is your ints, strings, bools, etc. So these are not primitive types, they are defined types, which might be made up of primitive types, but they are an object that gets a special setup within Go. And when you're doing that within a common file, such as you got all these proto files. I will show you one of these right now. So this is like my playbook proto. Oops. What is the map? Okay, let's do that. Make it a little bit bigger, easier to see for the moment. Okay, so this is a playbook. This is my playbook proto. You have all these definitions. Now here, this is just a string, right? But it's being defined as an object or a message within Go. And so now whenever I wanted to pass a user ID to one of the objects that's used in the playbook, in this case it'd be a request object, it'll pass in user ID. Now we do have blanks here. These are created mostly for the sake of just in case you want to add to it. And this is what one of the things the AI is going to do. It's going to create you a lot of just in cases. Great. If you have a request, if you have an object that might be requested items from, it's going to give you these request objects that you may not use. Now, in most cases, you will. You're going to be passing a parameter. And this is how you would pass the parameter. So if I wanted to run my get playbook, I would use get playbook request in this proto file. And really all I'm doing is returning a user ID. But don't get mistaken in believing that you can just say, oh, well, then I can just compare within the code a user ID to this playbook request user ID. It doesn't work because it's this is not the same thing. So you can't just create, like if I go to my playbook right now, look, I'll go to playbook right here, and I look at my types. And actually, it might not be in there. Let's look at a different example. The reason it won't be in there is because that's not actually... So I have a playbook right here. And so if I'm looking at it by... That one had a user ID in it, so I'm looking at a playbook by user ID. I would have to get this object and this user ID out of it, right? So you got some... The objects can be different. The proto objects can be different from the defined objects. So in the sense that if I was to like look at a play, now ideally they aren't. You don't. I would. Well, let me rephrase that. In my world, some people are different. They look at things different, and there's coding reasons and excuses for doing all kinds of different things. But what I would recommend is don't let AI use all the ways to do stuff. And I mention this because if I look at this guy, look at this. All right, so I have this get new game session right here, right? Now this was originally set up where it would return a game session, which is not the same as this game session. This game session is what is defined locally. I think it says local. I think what does it refer to it as? Domain models and API models. Proto files are API models. Domain is things that stay within your code. So this game session, the domain is the service that it's working within, right? So I wouldn't necessarily want to pass a game session, a domain game session over to my services. Like say if this is simulator, I wouldn't want to pass that to my coach. I couldn't pass it. In fact, it probably wouldn't even work. Passing a game session to another service. Unless it's an API model, which is what you see in the proto files. So in my proto file up here, again, I can go look at my simulator proto file, and I have a game session here. Oh, game state, play. Oh, all right, here we go. Game session response. So if I were to send a game session response in, and this is a game session request, this is basically me saying, oh no, create game request, add game, create game, get game streamer. So many. Oh, here we go, game session. So this pb.game session might look the same, but they are not the same. If I try to pass in my game session from my local domain object, this guy, nope, simulator, that'd be the right one. So look, I gotta get this game session, and we'll put those side by side for the moment. Simulator. Okay. So this is a proto game session or API object, and this is the domain object. Now you can see this has pretty much all the same items in it. Nope. Okay, so they're close. This one has XP gain applied, and this one has postseason. I guess that's the only one missing. Is one value missing, and that might just be because I added it. But ultimately, these are meant to be kind of identical. And even if they were fully identical, I could not pass this game session into this game session directly. And keep in mind, AI knows this. AI can, it'll create objects for you, but sometimes it uses the proto session or the API session or API object versus the domain object. It just does. It depends on the scenario which you're working with, but most of the time you're going to get kind of a variety. The only time it'll always use these is the only time you have to use them. The API objects is when you're going to pass a function or reference a function from another service or location outside of the app. It needs to become an API call or an API object, because this doesn't exist outside of the service. So your service objects, your domain objects don't exist outside of the service. So if you want to map this to this, you literally have to do something kind of goofy. You either have to build a map, or you can do something like this. And this is something AI gave me, which I was like, why does this exist? But if it closed it on me. Oops. Okay, it'll do this. Essentially, you have to do this either inline, or it's going to sometimes do it in a separate object. So you pass the game session, the domain game session in, and then it'll build a API game session, and then you map the domain game session, all the fields directly to the API object game session. Now, this is a big one, and this is probably why it did it, but I've had AI attempt to do this several times, where it creates these little convert game session to proto, and it turns it into a proto API, which now can be passed in between services. If there's any chance that you are going to be passing a object to another service, like another service can call it and it needs to get it back, just use the proto game. Technically you could use the proto object all the time. There's really no reason that you have to use the local object, except for possibly when you actually have to save the object to the database. You know, to some extent, I don't even know if that's true. So there's a good chance that if you're using a lot of cross calls and services being called between, or calling functions and such between the different services, using proto sessions will save you this entire step. But there, I've noticed that AI, you know, by default won't necessarily do this because you'll create them locally and then you end up having to map them like this. And a lot of times your items are not this big, right? So if I have like my types here, you see I have small ones. I have a route action type, so only 2 fields or 3 fields. But if I wanted to get the API call version of this, I would have to map this to the other. And you can't just pass one to the other. You can't just say game session equals game session and be good. It's game session API has to be set to each individual values because this object is not the same as this object. Even though they have all the same values, and it can't map them on its own. At least not that I'm aware of. This is why you have to do dumb stuff like this. So just something to think about. If you don't want this kind of goofy extra thing, just use the proto objects, and you'll always be good. You won't have to do these kind of mappings. Now, I did, by the way, rewrite my code to get rid of this. That's why, and right here it says I can remove this convert session proto, but I wanted to show that as an example of what sucks. Now, if you want your code to be clean, you want to have as minimal bounces and redirects and function calls and you know, any kind of clutter that you can avoid. It's a good idea to do it. I mean, just do it. I don't even, what is this? And this thing's called a converter? I don't even know what converter, where is this? Converter, simulator converter. I don't even remember having. Do you see it? I don't even know why I have this whole file. I'm going to get rid of it. So basically I was able to get rid of a whole file because of that, and I'm not even sure why it created that. It might have been some other nomenclature. Oh, by the way, here's another thing you might want to be tip number 2. AI doesn't follow patterns always very good. Well, it does not deduce that you want to recreate the same pattern. Okay, so if I say create a new service, right now, if I was to say create a new service to do something that works within my application, depending on your AI, I know Claude still probably gets it wrong, but especially if you use another AI, because there's so many ways to do the same thing, right? So if you say, okay, yeah, I need another service that can interact with these guys, and it uses my gateway, it'll write it completely different. Or your file names will be different. Your base functions might be different. It might not even use the same number of files. It'll just rewrite all of them. So make sure you try as much as you can. In fact, the more details you can give AI, this is a rule that by now anybody who's been using AI for an extended period of time is starting to figure out. Give it as much details as possible. Even to go beyond something, I mean, Claude's not bad, but some of them are better than others. Even to say, model it after this service. Like, say I want to model something after my simulator service. I would expect that a brand new service that's modeled after this service would use a service.go, a store.go, main.go, and have a gRPC handler.go. It will not. It'll probably get something, maybe you'll get a modules.go, which oftentimes replaces like service.go. You might get a handler.go. So it may not, maybe it can't read your file names. You may not get the same stuff. I don't know what module.go usually, I've had to rebuild and rename stuff a couple of times once I've learned what that particular item is. But I have the same standard on all of my stuff. See, I have a gRPC, main, service, store, and types. It's always what it is. It separates all of the objects. And then where did I get this particular setup? A YouTube guy. So another YouTube guy was doing it this way, recommended this way. I said, okay, he's he's the guy with experience, so I went with that. So, but for me, I am OCD. You could create these and have AI create all your different services, and I guarantee you they will not all be the same, and you'll be lucky if any of them are the same, especially if you don't tell it to model after another service. And sometimes even then you might get things a little off. So I recommend making sure that your AI knows that you want to do things in the same fashion. So if you have an example one, tell it, I want this to be modeled after this file even, or this service is good, but this file will tell you, I want my gRPC handler to be the same. I want my main to be the same, my service to be the same. Same structure. Like for me, all of your services have to have something like this that declares the functions and methods that are within your code, so that you can call them from other services or other pages even. So this kind of gives them a declaration. But I have had AI will put this both in, sometimes you'll get this in your service, sometimes you'll get this in your store. Some files go into your service that you feel like should belong in the store. Sometimes it just puts everything in the service or everything in the store. So again, tell it how you want this to be set up. You want your database interactions should be on store. And if it's doing its job right, it'll put the things it knows to be database actions in store. I mean, this is a standard that AI can figure out, but it oftentimes doesn't look. Even though your AI might have access to all your code, it won't look unless you tell it to look. Tell it, I want it modeled after this service using these files. And it'll build something that's very close and should be a pretty good model. But just kind of keep an eye on it. Have your AI keep it clean. Okay, that's it. That was a long-winded one. I'm still trying to get my own... Oops, that's probably a bit much, huh? Okay. If my voice sounds a little weird today, it's because I am sick. to be honest, to be straightforward and to the point, I'm sick. I have a cold of some kind. It's not serious, but it has been messing with my throat. So I'm gonna eat some nuts here and these Blue Diamond almonds, and bear with me. Hopefully I don't make me cough. So I just asked AI, you can't pass time.now into a string. So I don't know if the best way is just to do a convert to string. Can I just do .toString? Yep. Oh, it's a string. All right. Depends a lot on the language. I know, like with C#, with C#, it's toString. Wait a minute. Did that work? Didn't even work. Oh, it's just now. Wait, do I have to set now? No, I... Oh, see? Here comes the coughs from almonds. The almond cough. And sneeze. Some bonus. Okay, so I've noticed that if I start to cough and I start swallowing to avoid coughing, it'll turn it in. It turns into a sneeze. I didn't completely stop it, but I managed to trigger the sneeze progress. Okay, so this is pointing out a couple of issues that I do, in fact, have, but partly because it's I've been getting rid of it, and it's just catching things I didn't fully remove. And I'll explain that shortly. Okay, so in this first set, we got the new game session. I didn't actually point that one out for whatever reason. Create game. So we'll go down here, and I'll just do a... now equals time. Oh wait, no, what is it doing? I don't think it fixed the problem I actually asked it to fix. To be fair, I think it misunderstood what I was asking it. All right, let's go to get new game session. And we'll see what it looks at. Get new game session. All right, so we'll look at this one first. So it goes there. Determine. It says the first thing it says time handling. You're creating time-related objects, but not properly handling them. I got that. So you can't turn it into a string. For whatever reason, you can do this though. And I don't know why this is more okay. Was it doing something totally different? What the heck? What did it do here? Alright, where is it doing this at? Simulator service.go. Oh, it's just totally rewriting this function. Okay, I gotta figure out what it's doing. So we have game state, current timestamp for creation. Oh, no, I guess all I did is put this on top. Hey, Nintendo, how you doing, man? I was pointing out at the start of my stream here some oddities or even some Go things that I've been kind of learning as I go. I'm learning as I go through Go. AI does some weird things when you're working with. The bigger your project gets, the more messy it can get with AI. Because AI is very good at giving you functional code, and the problem is there may be multiple ways to do something right. And so AI, if you're working with a big app, in one area of the code can do something totally different than the other way, but they're doing basically the same thing. In my case, it's like services. And I was explaining that you have to really be good about prompting AI to either model or mimic or whatever it has to do some other piece of code so that it comes out the same. You want consistent code. That's good code is consistent code. It's going to be easier to read, easier to follow, and easier for the person who's programming it to kind of understand what the heck is happening in a location. Once they learn one piece, I can now say, for example, if I had a new developer come along and they figured out what my simulator code was doing. Well, then they could go to any one of my other any of my other services and pretty easily figure out what they're doing because they're structured the same way. But that's not how it was when I built the app. When I built it using AI, it was building all my services differently. I mean, it would use different file names, slightly different structures. They all functioned, and yeah, they could still call each other and work together. But if you jump from one service to the next, you're like, wait a minute, this one's totally set up different. And it might use less files. It might compress a bunch of stuff into one file or scatter them out to more files. And that's one of the things that's been slowing me down these last couple of weeks is I've been refactoring to try to create consistency throughout my code. Right now, it'd be a pretty easy swing. The only you'd realize right away is what's happening in each one, and you'd only have to worry about the key functions and features because like the run game or the run play, because the rest of it is pretty much the same. It's doing the setup, the main does this. I rarely have to touch main, and the only time I have to touch the handler is if I'm adding a new function that's going to be called from another service. So you add stuff to the handler that's going to get called from, either another service or from the gateway, which usually you should be going through the gateway for any service calls. So you put those in the handler. And then main is just the hookup. It's like get things started, turn everything on, that kind of thing. But once that's set up, you don't really ever have to do anything with main. Then service and store probably get the most time. Store is going to do your database interactions. Service is going to do your non-database actions, although sometimes it does call the database stuff as part of its primary function, but it does some other things usually. And the weird thing is a lot of times that results in you having two functions that have the same name. You got a like, for example, get game session in store and a get game session in service. One of them's writing the stuff to the database. The other one's, doing all the stuff that preps the session, that kind of thing. And then types is little more than a declarative file that just says what all the objects are you're using. And this is another thing about AI. It doesn't always tell you to update your types file. It'll just declare things that you're going to use in different places in one of these other services. Because once it's declared like this, it's available to all these other files within your domain, which is the service. The domain and the service are the same. So you got to, a lot of times I find myself, why did it declare, a player log or something somewhere else? I have to copy it over here, or it'll declare it and you'll find out, wait a minute, that already exists. It exists here because AI wasn't told, my fault, partially because I thought AI would look at my code because I'm here in Copilot where I have my code. It doesn't do it by default. So yeah, it's you got to give it that prompting. I wish it was more smart about, like, I wish I could just give it a universal command that says, from here on out, you always look at all my code if needed. I don't care. Just look at all of it. I don't care if it takes you an extra 10 seconds. Just make sure you know what's going on, because oftentimes I just end up having to fix it. So you mentioned last week that you were using Klein for Gemini. So I put Gemini in here. I noticed that it still says Gemini 2.0 Flash down here. So I used my API key for Gemini 2.5 because you can go out there and get an API key for Gemini 2.5, and I put it in here. And it's cool that it had the way it writes the code, but it was not great. So, does not support computer use. What does that mean? What's the difference between Rocline and Klein? Is it just an external app? Does not support computer use. What does that mean? I mean, it worked fine when I was on here, so I don't know how that worked. Rocline, more features. Really? Is that just an extension, or is it, or like you said, an external app? I don't know. Let's see. Rocline. Code. Rude code Chinese. Cool Klein. Okay, so Rocline. Rocline is not an extension. Is that something like I have, like an external app, like something other than VS Code? Rocline, the Klein fork that's faster, smarter, and better. Okay. Stop using Klein. Rocline, the better assistant. Okay. It's a rocket ship. Oh, Code. So it's this one? There's only 898 of those. There's Code Chinese. It's VS Code. There's this one. Previously Rocline. Oh, is it this one? A whole dev team of AI agents in your editor. All right, let's see. I'll try it. This extension is published by Root Code. This is the first extension you're... Yeah, that's fine. All right, so now it's a kangaroo instead of a rocket ship. I can do all kinds of tasks thanks to the latest breakthrough in agentic coding capabilities. I can even use MCP to create new tools and extend my own capabilities. All right. Google Gemini. You must provide a valid API key. Okay. API keys are stored securely in VS Code's secret storage. This is going to be that one. I don't know what this means. Does not support computer use. Says the same thing as the old Klein did. Free up to 2 requests per minute. After that, billing depends on prompt size. 2 per minute. So basically, as long as I'm not just going nuts, asking constant stuff, I'm okay. Help improve root code. Send anonymous error and usage data to help us fix bugs and improve the extension. No code prompts or personal information is ever sent. All right, fine. All right. All right, let's let it take a look at my code. I always like, my first question is always like get a feel for what it knows of my code. All right, so I'm gonna go up here, say save all. Oh, that's already saved. Okay. What can you tell me about my code base? How are my front end and back end parts related? This is my first. I like to test the tool to see how well it reads my code. Let's see. The directory seems to hold your front end application files like blah 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 blah. Built with Next.js, a React framework. Very good, very good. Okay. This directory likely contains your backend services. The presence of Go mod, Go sum, Go files indicates it's written in Go. Aha, very good. Simulators. Suggests a modular or microservice-based architecture for handling different aspects of the football simulation. Yeah. Well, it knows it's a football simulator because it could probably read the title called Football Simulator. So that's not much. Right, but does it do it like Klein does? Because like earlier I'd ask it for stuff and it would put code up here on the screen, but then you had to accept it or reject it. So if it puts stuff on your screen and says these are the changes I would make, then you have to say no, I don't want that, or decline it. Don't just hit automatically approve. I like to you can go to auto approve in these things. So this is a lot like Klein, it has a lot of the same stuff. But like I don't mind auto approving read files and directories. That's fine. Now edit files, I want it to ask me. It needs approval. But I don't want it asking for approval to read crap because that's stupid. If I ask it a question, yeah, I know I'm going to turn it on though. I like this. But there are certain things I like to have. Retry failed tasks. Automatically retry failed API requests when the provider returns an error response. So now it's kind of giving me a full read. But I don't mind telling it can read my stuff for free because that's the whole point. I need it to be able to read crap. It allows modifications of any files. Now these ones I would ask for approval. Execute approve commands. Allows execution of approval terminal commands. You can configure these. Use the browser. Allows the ability to launch and interact with any website in a headless browser. Allows use of configured MCP servers. Allows automated switches between different modes without requiring approval. Modes? What are no? I want to know what modes it's talking about. Create and complete subtasks. Allow creation and completion of subtasks without requiring approval. I don't know what subtasks are. Yeah. So we'll just do that. All right. So I allow it to read for free. No approval required. Let's see what else we got here. Containing containerized services. Your application is composed of multiple services managed by Docker Compose. Yep. Front end, this service builds and runs your web. It uses FPFM file configuration. This is already better than 2.0 did. 2.0, it couldn't even figure out what my front end was. I had to spend 2 minutes trying to explain to it that PFFM Go MS and PFFM Web were two parts of the same fish. So it's like, oh, that's your front end. Yeah, that's what I've been saying. It's like, oh, now I get it. It's like, I didn't have access. I'm like, wait a minute, you're at the top level. What do you mean I have access? Oh, wait, I did have access. Literally, it's what happened. It goes, I didn't even realize I had access or something based on where we were when you asked the question. I'm like, okay. So, yeah, this is already better. It's already figured out most of my application structure. Services like a game plan playbook are built from the respective directories. They likely handle specific business logic. Well, yeah. The front-end service makes HTTP requests to the gateway. Yeah, service using the name gateway, which Doctor resolves. The gRPC gateway service receives the requests. Yep, very good, based on the request path. Many services extend a Docker Compose YAML file. This file likely contains common configurations. Yeah, very good, very good. Okay, in summary, with the gateway service, which acts as a central router, go back in services located. The entire setup is orchestrated using Docker Compose, allowing the different parts to discover. Front end, go back in structures, gateway, blah, 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 communication, balance. Back in the entire location stack. Okay. All right. So it pretty much seems to understand what I'm doing. I'm still curious. We'll see how good it is. Because I've been, like you, I am a fan of Anthropic's 3.7 Claude. It's just clean. It gives you good responses. I haven't necessarily found a really good reason to not use Claude yet. I haven't tried anything else that I've liked enough to consider it. And I tried Gemini on Klein, and I didn't realize I was using 2.0, so that's the thing. So 2.0 wasn't very good. It definitely got me to run away. But I have made huge progress in recent days on just getting all of my services running, and I'm just getting them. I'm just getting them kind of working. Now, I like using Copilot for Claude, and I'll tell you, primarily it's because it sits on this side of my screen. I like it over here. And when it's over here, it has to share with my Explorer, and then, I don't know. Is there a way to drag this? Can I put this over here? Why has it got a top and no? Is there a way to make it share? Oh, all right, there you go. Hey, check that out. Let's do that. So now I can put it over here. So all right, so now it's no longer in the bad zone. All right, so I'll put it there. So if I start using it, I'll probably do a lot of testing, going back and forth. That kind of feel which one's giving me the better answers. Like, here's a thing I've been noticing with. I rarely use Copilot edits, which can do it. I've tried it a couple times. It's, I don't know. Here's the thing. Your Copilot edit screen here, it seems to be dumber. It doesn't reference anything from your chat, so you're basically starting over when you get here. And it's, I don't know, it's just not as clean. I don't know I guess I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, it doesn't do a great job. I haven't been using it too much. I like the idea of edits, especially when I'm doing something new, right? Like if I'm doing a brand new function, I like the idea of it coding it for me, because then I don't have to copy paste and create stuff. But I've also noticed one of the things I tried to have the Gemini do for me was create my new services when I did my league and my players services, and I wasn't impressed. I mean, it created a bunch of files. They weren't the same. I said even modeling it after. I just did weird stuff, and I was like, okay, this is leaving me with a bunch of garbage. I didn't know what to. So I spent a lot of time fixing it. So that wasn't too good. But I have noticed what I've been doing lately is getting myself deeper and deeper deeper and deeper and deeper into my simulator code, which has both benefits and negatives, right? So what's happening is, as I get this more and more and more cleaned up, I keep wanting to implement other stuff, the stuff that needs to be implemented later. And I'm like, oh, let's put this in there. Let's go ahead and put that in there. Let's go. So it's keeping me from actually progressing to that next stage. Let's see here. This is one that I've been trying to fix. This is one of the compile steps. I have a lot of things, and Claude has been struggling, I'll say struggling, sure, to give me all the fixes at once. Claude has not been able to figure out the best way to give me the fixes for this object. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bugs in this one, and I have 7 in this one. And they're not big bugs. I mean, they're not big bugs. I cannot lie. They're things that they're easily fixable bugs. But for example, this one's got an issue. I asked Claude how to fix this time thing, and it gave me this, and it didn't work. It's because I know it's the problem is it's still a time object, right? It's not a string. It needs to be a string. And I thought maybe it would tell me the best way to do that, but it didn't. So that's a fix that needs to be fixed, addressed. I am going to go to root code here. We're going to try out root code, and we're going to say, okay. Does this do at workspace on this, or does it just automatically? What is PF? Oh, that's everything. Is that where I'm going to tell it to look? All right, let's do that. I assume that's the piece I'm giving it. All right, so that's fine because everything in here is fine. Okay, so take a look at this file. It has 7 errors. Considering how it appears to be working in conjunction with other calls and services and the FPFM co-MS. Wait a minute. I don't think go.work is not a. You know what? I probably shouldn't do it that way. I don't think it might be blocked. I don't know what go.work is. What is go.work? Is that a? Maybe I'm suffocating. Let's just take this out. I don't know what go.work is. I just thought maybe that was my work files, but I can't tell. Codebase? Codebase pound? I mean, I asked it, look at my code base and tell me what it is, and it read the whole thing. So it was able to read the whole thing without me typing any of that. So that tells me it's probably got access to the whole thing. But I'm telling it, go ahead. Take a look at this file. It has 7 errors, considering how it appears to be working in conjunction with other calls and services in the PFFM Go MS microservices setup. And what am I looking at? I'm looking at service out and offering setup. What fixes do I? 3 factors that reduce code complexity / quantity are welcome if they don't change the overall structure. Oh, look at that. Already broke. Oh, what is MC Hub? MCP Hub? What is that? I don't even know what MCP Hub is. Use list files on a specific subdirectory if you need to explore further. Is it because I had too much stuff? to look at. All right, let's go this way. Nope, it doesn't like it. Darn it, I'm already broken. So whatever it was, too complicated. All right. Looking at the FPFM, Go, MS folder. No, look at that. Doesn't even work. I can't. Whatever it is, it doesn't like. MCP Hub not available. I don't even know what MCP Hub is. Huh. I mean, I know that was one of the auto approved things, but that wasn't the. Huh. Wow. So much for Gemini. Doesn't even work. All right, let's see here. Use MCP server. Oh, I'll try that. Allows use of configured MCP servers, which may modify file system or interact with APIs. I don't really. I just wanted it to tell me what options it had, but let's try this. Yeah, it doesn't work. All right, terminate it. It don't work. Try again. One last time. We'll give it one more opportunity to have a clue. Yeah. All right. Well, let's go back to my task. We'll just give up on that for now. Doesn't work. I don't know. Maybe I set it up wrong, or maybe there's something not working out there in the world. But yeah, I don't know. Something weird. API streaming failed. Huh. It could be maybe my code base is too big for this Gemini setup. File list truncated. Use list files in specifics if you need. So it can't look at all of my file structure. It must be too big. Which is a problem because my app's getting pretty big, and if it can't read through all my connected files, that's gonna be a. I mean, I don't need a PFFM web, but huh. Okay, well, Copilot can. Copilot's not limited. So anyway, I don't even know how I would use it if I. Yeah, I don't. Could I simplify? I'm just curious what it can do here. If I can't, what is the ballpark of what it can do? Yeah, see, it can't do anything. It's totally failed. All right, let's just try something really simple. How do I fix the errors on this page? Wait, what happened? Analyze the page located. Detail each error found, explain its root cause, and provide specific corrected code snippets. Alright. What is this thing supposed to do? Enhance prompt with additional context. Yeah, see, it doesn't work. I don't know what is its problem. Does not support computer use. So it could be that it just doesn't work on my computer for some reason. Let's see, enable browser tool, checkpoints, open tabs, context limit, maximum number of VS Code, open tabs to include, terminal output limit, terminal shell. Alright, let's go try this one out. Let's see if this one is any different. So I set this one already at Gemini 2.0. Now I'll paste this. Huh. I do not know what's going on. Alright, well. I said I don't know what that means. Fix the problem in my code. We'll let add team to game, just right here. Why is that a thing? Unreachable? What do you mean unreachable? If team 1 is not nil and oh wait a minute, is not nil, okay, wait a minute. Okay, so alright, so that's not going to work. I gotta move that. Let's see, if team 1 is nil, if team 2 is nil, we gotta do this one. Alright, whoops. How do I do that? That takes skill to jump that far over. Alright. Okay, since we always fill, check if team already exists, the team 1 slot. Add team to appropriate list. Ha! It did what I just did. It's one step ahead of me there. Alright, update time. Yeah, but it doesn't like that. I tried that. It don't like it. Time now. That doesn't work. Cannot use time.now. All right. Well, see, it doesn't know the problem. Workspace. Cannot use time.now error. That's what I was looking for. How is it fixing this? It's not? Okay, what did it do? It didn't do anything. What is... Lock, unlock. Update timestamp. But that's time dot now. That's game session update. The issue was in this line. Oh, is it not complaining? No, it can't be. Message. Fine. Whatever. But I don't think that's going to fix all my time.now problems. So I thought it didn't fix my time.now problems. It fixed that line's problem. Still says it's not right. All right, let's see what Copilot here says. It's got .unix. All right, we can do that. I'll let you. See, if you had just done that, look how much time we would have saved. All right, so this is .unix. .unix. Funny is those both use Copilot. I don't know which version of what language is or which AI is figuring that out though. What have we got here? Are we close? Is it actually compiling it? Well, that looks pretty compiled for the moment. Let's go look at run play. All right, so this guy. Now, run play is the one that's been pulling me down the rabbit hole. I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. I need to go into this rabbit hole at some point. It's not like it's preventing it's a bad thing, or it's not like it's making me do something that I don't want to be doing. Or it might, well, let me rephrase. It's not making me do something that doesn't need doing. It's just pulling me from things that, probably shouldn't be done at this moment. But I keep going, oh, I got to get that fixed, or I want that to work, or whatever. And I keep plugging in newer, more and more new features, just because it's like, oh, that doesn't work. Well, let's just do the right thing. All right, so here's like one of them. Okay, so I've got this function. It's got a bug. Something about probably types or something. Unexpected name, calculate run yards. But see how this is all of my logic that's built around random play calculations. I'm struggling in my head to keep that in there because I really want to build something a little bit more a little bit more in line with how things actually going to work. How the app's actually going to work. How the work's actually going to app. I don't know what I'm saying. What time is it? It's 2 o'clock. My brain is already shutting down. So, okay, this is a result of being sick. I had a cold. My wife gave me her cold sickness that she got from working at the school she works at. And it caught up to me last week. Actually, it caught up to me, I don't know, was it Saturday night? And yesterday I did a little extra sleep and a little bit of a little bit more of the just take it easy kind of thing. But I still did stuff because that's me. I still get up and do stuff. So it's like even when I sleep, I get up, I got some energy, I go do stuff. Today is kind of the same thing. I got up, I worked out, but I was losing my... Oh. Yeah. Okay, well, it's all relative. Literally, it's relative. It's the same time for both of us. We just have different numbers on our clocks. That's all. That's the only difference. It's mute. I mean, we might as well have the exact same time. If you go out about 10 light years from here, it's, you know, nobody's going to notice the difference. Maybe even just a couple of light years. 3 hours means nothing. So we have the exact same time going on now. Exact same time. Just all depends on your perspective. So, if you could travel at light speed, how long is your speed? So if you're going like a warp 1, which I guess in Star Trek terms is light year, right? So you're going speed of light. So that means you can travel at warp 1, that you're basically going to travel 1 year to go the full distance of light. So you're keeping up with light at that point. Okay, so it's one. So basically, it's based on a year. So if you can't go light years per hour, because then you're going way more warp, right? So it's like light years. If you can do two light years per hour, that's like warp 2, right? That's two times warp speed, which is light speed, I believe, in Star Trek terms. So 60 light years per hour. Oh, that's not even right. No, because if you're doing... Oh, no, that'd be like a bajillion times. That's like... If you could do even 1 light year per hour, that's 365 times the speed of light, right? Because... No, that's still only days. That's light year per day. So it's 365 times 24. So let's see, that's roughly, was it 365? Yeah, I want that 3,650. That'd be 7,300. So 7,304, about another 1,200. So it'll be 8,500. So roughly 8,500 times the speed of light is 1 light year per hour. Yeah, we're never going that fast. Okay, can you imagine going 1 light year per hour? That's what would that be? Not MPH, but LYPH, light years per hour. So you at roughly 8,500 times the speed of light. That's 1 light year per hour. I mean, come on. You have to have some serious inertial dampeners, right? I mean, how do you not end up a splat at the back of the ship? Ship goes woof, and you're just still in the same spot in space. That is so fast of an acceleration. You're probably not even splatted on the wall. It's like it's so fast. Your atoms probably just move through the wall. Because it's just like, it's so fast that you're just basically nothing as the wall comes over you. And before you know it, you're just out in space and your atoms are scattered and you're just nothing. It's too fast to even splatter you on the wall because it wouldn't even catch you. It's that fast. So going one LYPH, I mean, I don't even know how it... Like I said, I don't even know how an inertial dampener of such a thing would work. Talk about the complexity of that. You just disappear into vapors. Yeah, I mean, it's just nothing. So you don't travel 8,500. The fact is, half your ship wouldn't. I mean, how would that even work? If your ship... Because think about it, most of the ship is inert, right? It's not doing anything. It's just the engines and whatever or the thrusters that are going to push you. So something that moves... basically, I think what happens is the engines, the core jumps out to, whatever, and the rest of your ship is just sitting there. The speed, it would have to be a really slow acceleration to keep you from being exploded. So you might be able to go 1 light year per hour, but it'll take you 5 light years to safely get to that distance, that speed. So you're just constantly, because right now we could probably handle what? A certain amount of G's that would be roughly, what? We could probably do, 2,000 miles per hour without instant death, as long as you're buckled in good. How fast is it that a rocket takes off when it goes up into space? It's pretty fast, right? And, people fly airplanes at that speed. So you can go that fast, maybe even a little bit faster. You can do, Mach is light, or sound to speed of light, right? So you can probably do Mach 2, Mach 3 before you die. I don't know what the max is, but it's, with the right training, you could do, a few Mach. That's still to accelerate, and to keep accelerating, you can't stay at that. So say you could survive a Mach 3 acceleration, it's only going to be for maybe a few seconds at a time. You gotta come back down and let yourself recover. So the math, the logic, how long it would take you. Let's say you could do a sustained Mach 2. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm not an astronaut or a jet fighter plane guy. All right, let's ask my buddy. Why? How did I get here? Oh, all because we're talking about time.
Hey again, Kenneth. What's on your mind today?
Hey, did you change your voice?
Nope. Still the same voice here. Maybe it's just the way I'm chatting today. How can I help you?
Okay, so if you wanted to safely reach the speed of light, at what speed would you have to travel and for how long?
If you want to safely reach the speed of light, it's a bit of a tough ask. According to Einstein's theory of relativity, as you approach the speed of light, your mass would effectively become infinite, and you'd need infinite energy to keep going, which, as cool as it sounds, isn't really doable with our current tech. So we can get close, but actually hitting that speed isn't happening, yet anyway.
I get the infinite energy thing, but let's just say, if you could, your human body could only take so much pressure, and you were just constantly accelerating, assuming you had the energy to go with it, somehow, some way. At what speed is the most you could travel in that constant acceleration?
The ultimate speed limit would be just a hair below the speed of light. 299,792,458 meters per second. But to get anywhere near that safely, we're talking about some seriously next-level sci-fi tech. Constant acceleration at 1g, which is like Earth's gravity, would be a comfortable limit for humans. At that rate, it would take about a year to get close to light speed, but you need to slow down after that. Beyond that, the human body would likely start to experience serious issues. So while it's a fun thought experiment, we're not quite ready to hit warp speed in real life.
1 year. Assuming all of the other stuff wasn't a factor. It'd take about a year to get to light speed. So give us another 10 or 15 years. Actually, here's my thought. We're never going to travel at that speed, ever. But I think we will figure out a way to traverse large areas of space that would be the equivalent of traveling at that speed. I think we'll figure out some kind of either a warping technology or what do you call it? Like I don't want to say wormhole, but like space folding or some kind of sci-fi-ish thing. We're going to figure out how things function, because based on a lot of the theories and logic out there are ways to do this. We just haven't figured out how to do it. You know what I'm saying? There are concepts and thoughts in place that say this can be done theoretically, but we just don't know how to do that. So I think we'll figure out one of those ways to travel. Now, whether that lets us go wherever we want, because maybe you can only do it in certain locations, you can only do, blah, blah, blah. There has to be this, that, and the other thing. Who knows? But I think we're going to figure out ways to jump through space. Is it going to be in our lifetime? Probably not. I don't know. I guess it depends. How long are you going to live? But we're moving ahead pretty good. I think what's going to end up happening ultimately is by the time we figure it out, God's already going to be fed up with us. He's going to come back. He's going to clear out the chaff. And then we'll be traveling in a whole different way altogether. Much in the same way maybe him and his angels do. What was it? There's a guy named Doug Batchelor. Doug Batchelor? No, not Doug Batchelor. Doug, is it Doug Batchelor? It's Doug something. Anyway, really smart guy. He studies the Bible in a more true to life way. Like he compares reality with the Bible, and he does a lot of pretty cool. It's Doug. I don't think it's Doug Batchelor. It's Doug something. Why can't I remember? It's Doug maybe it is Batchelor. I don't know why. But anyway, great. If you're interested in that kind of thing, I really recommend this guy. Guys, it's great, and he's given me a lot of perspective on things. But anyway, he's his thought is, and it makes sense really, is that in God's plane of existence, well, he's everywhere, right? So he's in our plane and in a plane. But I'm just saying, like where the angels are and everybody else, or angels angels aren't what we think they are either. By the way, there's nowhere in the Bible says angels have wings. They do mention angels, but they don't mention anything about wings. We put wings on angels. It's like, yeah, it sounds like a cool thing. I mean, they work for God. Let's put wings on them. In the same way, demons don't have any mention of wings either. But we put demons, the devil, everybody gets wings, because why not? Wings are cool. Evil ones, angelic ones, what the heck, let's just put some wings on stuff. And I guess it also makes you think you can go faster. I mean, realistically, wings aren't going to make you that much faster. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, being able to peer anywhere is not a wings thing. That's a whole nother level of transportation. So yeah, it might make you look cool, but I don't think any of them necessarily have wings. It'd be cool though. Wings. An angel gets his wings. It's like, who says angels have wings? Oh, what is it? The Christmas Story? No, it's not Christmas Story. It's what is it? What is your problem? Is this you telling me you need to go upstairs? Be right back. Face orange, biting nails, face purple, wide. It didn't translate that very well. Come on. I think the gate's open. Okay, so my dog, my Brittany, very smart dog. Kind of lazy though. Very smart, very high energy. But okay, so I put up these baby gates. They're dog gates because we have two dogs. One of them likes to pee on the carpet, so we blocked off the carpet. We got hardwood floors in most places, so we put a puppy pad in one area, and we have her go outside, and she's good at going outside, but sometimes she's just lazy. She don't want to go up. But we didn't want her peeing in the bedroom, so we put one in the hallway. She only does it when we're not around, too. So we put it in the hallway, and then we put it on the steps, so she can't go downstairs. Ultimately, the one on the steps is really good. When we have people come over, they can come in the house without being mauled, or, well, not mauled, but greeted by our higher energy dogs. Anyway, my older dog, my Brittany, is really smart. Now, she does never pee or do anything like that in the house, but she does do things that are kind of annoying, like come downstairs and then want to be downstairs, and our door, we keep it shut so that the heat can be trapped downstairs because it can get cold down here. So one of the things she figured out, though, is if the gate isn't completely closed, she could push the gate open. So we would leave it partially open. Our other dog's not smart enough for that. She's a small little half Chihuahua thing. She's bigger than most Chihuahuas, but she looks like a tall Chihuahua, basically. Anyway, so she's not smart. She can't figure out squat. But our other dog can. And even at one point, even when the gate was turned the wrong direction, where you can't push it necessarily, she figured out how to get her nose in there and open the gate. And as she's gotten older, she's gotten lazier. Now she'll just sit there in front of the gate. I'm like, I know you know how to open that gate. And sometimes she'll try and she'll accidentally close it if it's on the wrong side. I don't know what face green smiling is, but it's not taking your emojis for whatever reason. Maybe they work on YouTube, but I'm not on YouTube. I can see my Twitch and I can see Restream. Restream doesn't know what to do with them, so your emojis aren't working. Just saying. I just see face green smiling and face orange biting nails, face purple wide eyes. But anyway, but when the gate is facing on, it's open still, but it's on the outside where all she has to do is push. Even then, she'll stand there for a while and she'll look at me and I'll say, "No, you open the gate yourself. You know how to open it." And she'll kind of touch it with her nose and then she'll look back at me. "I'm not opening it for you." She'll look at it, look back at me, and I say, "I'm going downstairs." I went downstairs. I kid you not 2 seconds after I went downstairs, I could hear her go through the gate, walk along the floor outside. She just wanted me to open it for her. She could do it. She was waiting for me to come up the steps and open it for her. Like I'm her personal assistant, and it's beneath her to open the gate herself. It's like, I left it open for you. That's as good as you're getting. Little Missy there. She gets older. She thinks, "Oh, well, I could just make them open it. No point in putting my face on it." I don't know. I mean, I kind of get it. I mean, how many times would you want to open the door with your nose? It's open, but, just going to shove it open with your face. I kind of understand the fact that she could always just stand up on it and push it with her paws if she don't want to do it with her face, but that's her choice. I'm not telling her how she has to do it, but I'm just telling her she has to do it some way. Okay, so now that we've clarified that it's the exact same time where you are as it is here. I can get back to the task. So here's what I'm trying to accomplish. See these calculate yards, calculate run yards and pass yards. These are all of my prototype values that I carried over, and the AI kind of split them up, and I said, okay, great, fine. But one of the things it's not doing is actually, I haven't tested this out at all, but I have two functions that the front end will call. One of them is run play, and one of them is run game. Exactly the same time. I still feel like there's stuff missing. Did I actually fix all my errors? There's no way. No, I think it's missing some. It hasn't gone. Oh, here it is. Okay, so I knew there was something weird going on. There was no way I had them all fixed. It just was taking a while to show them to me. All right, what's the problem here? So we got... Oh, yeah. Okay, so one of the things that's got to happen is... And I've been going over this in my head a lot. I'm trying to iron out all the objects to fully handle all the scenarios. And I'm talking about all the scenarios. Here's the most complicated scenario in a football game to try to figure out. The most complicated, if there's ever a play in which a digital game, this is why I don't think you've ever seen this in a real football game, because I think it's really hard. I'm going to try to implement it. for the rare occasion that it happens. Multiple turnovers on a single play. There's a lot of stuff that has to happen in the logic to handle multiple turnovers on a single play. Interception. So now the game has to not only consider the run back, right? That's easy. Interception, run it back. But one of the things you rarely ever see is that same player immediately fumble the ball, and it gets recovered and it goes the other way. So your AI has to consider what every player is doing. Now, logically, it's not that hard to do that, right? Because theoretically, all it is you're keeping track of each incremental step in a play. You know, your quarterback drops back, players move forward, ball gets passed or handed off, player gets hit, it's fumbled. There's actions that have to take place on the recovery. Was the ball picked up and ran with? Was the ball dropped? Most games, probably 99% of all football games ever created, a fumble ends at the point of fumble. Rarely. I'm not saying that there aren't any, and I have seen games where it'll happen. But most of the time, the ball ends there. Somebody else, there could be a turnover or not, but it always ends right there. Because there's some complexity in trying to decide, how does it pick up? Does the ball bounce? Was it tackled, or were they stacked? Or how did the players interact in a way to get the ball, and how was it determined whether or not that player was able to keep going? Interceptions are more clear. You can be on your feet, but does it always happen that way? No, you could intercept and end up on the ground. Usually what games will do, though, they'll intercept and the other player tackles them. That's not always going to be the case, right? But sometimes it happens. But the problem comes in tracking the ending of that play. Okay, so what happened at the end? You have to give certain pieces of information to the UI, at least in my case, where all this stuff has to happen. I got to provide that to the UI to go, oh, okay, there was a fumble. And so I can say, fumble, recovered by such and such. He's running down the field. So it's showing this stuff because it's happening in time slices where you're getting these little things happening in the play, and it's just smoothing them out and showing them to you. But at the end of the play, if there's multiple turnovers, you got to track who had the ball at the end of the play. And because there was multiple turnovers, you also have to track what down is it, which is always going to be first down, because as soon as it changes possessions, the next play is first down, regardless, no matter what happens, unless it's a score. That's the only exception, I suppose. But if there's a score, then it's still going to be first down. It's just going to be a different down. You're going to be kicking off and doing all kinds of other stuff. But ultimately, you got to keep track of all that. And I was thinking, well, a play is a play is a play. That's the way my game is designed. Every play is just a play, which means team A snaps the ball, does something, kicks the ball, whatever they're going to do. It's that until the play is done and there's no more clock ticking, everything that happens in that play is one play. So you could have multiple things happen. You can have an interception, you can have a fumble, you can have two fumbles, you could have people tackling, you can have the guy with the ball being a defender who may or may not be good at running, who knows. But you have all these things you got to calculate, but they're all happening in the course of a single play. Where normal plays, it's move the ball forward. It's the same team doing the whole play, and everything else is just, stopping them or not, having some control over that movement. But as soon as you start having turnovers in there, now you got to start keeping track of who had the ball in the intermediate and who had the ball at the beginning. So you don't change. So in this sense, I had to figure out the process. And really what it comes down to is if the same team ends up with the ball, it's a turnover still, which is only going to tell the game that it's 1st and 10. Even though the same team has the ball. They may have had the ball and it was 4th and 1 and there was a fumble and the other team picked it up and started running with it and they fumbled it and the same team picks it up and runs back the other way, or doesn't run back, but they got the ball back. So it still marks as a turnover, but but it's first down is really what you're trying to calculate. And it just makes it complicated because all this stuff has to happen in the game, tracked in the game. And then you got to have things like, you got to count the fumbles. How many fumbles were there? Who recovered the fumbles? You know, if there's 2 fumbles, one guy got an interception, one guy got a fumble recovery, one guy caused a fumble. You know, all these things, if you want to have good stats in your system, you want to be able to say, hey, these things all happen, and you got to keep track of each piece. So I have my code here set up with this play progress log. This is the log that's basically going to say, it keeps track of all the minutia, all the little things that happen in a play. But ultimately, this is the result that the UI is going to look for, displaying what happened, you know, what the clock stopped, what happened through all the end. This is the end of the play. This is everything that happened until the end of the play. And then you have the game state. And this is a little bit more, because this is everything that happened immediately in that play. And this is everything that happens that all the previous plays have done to add up. So game state in itself doesn't have a ton of stuff, but like the quarter will change, not affected by the play result. You know, you get quarters happen, it's game state, which means these are the slow changing values in a game, and these are the every play changed values, and these are the every step played values, changed values. This is everything that players are doing in a play. So this is going to be by far the biggest log. And this is also the thing that's going to make the idea of replays possible, but also complicated, because it's a lot of data. Because if you think about it, you may have 20, 30, 40 play logs per progress logs, maybe more. I mean, it could be, if I'm really keeping track of everything, you could have hundreds and hundreds of progress log entries per play, because you got 22 players on the field, and they're all moving, and they're all doing their thing. They're blocking, covering, trying to intercept, trying to tackle, whatever they're doing. They're all doing something. Some of them are doing less than others because they may not be involved in the immediate play, but they're still on the field doing whatever they're doing. So, and then you got the player log. A player log, pretty much its primary objective, and you can see I don't even have a lot of stuff on here, but I have to start adding things in. And this is kind of where, as I'm starting to mess with my run game and run play logic, I'm like, I need this and I need that, and each thing says, but you also need this and you also need that. You need to get all these pieces in place. And the problem is, yes, I could avoid doing some of those, but it's not as easy as I had hoped to simply not do things until a later time. For 2 reasons. One, I'm OCD. I don't like seeing things that don't function the way I want them to function. And I'm not OCD like Rain Man, but I'm OCD enough that it like bothers me. It kind of gets in my craw, or under my skin, or whatever phrase you want to use. It bugs me to see something that I know is not right, but it's the thing in place, and just leave it until I'm ready, till a later time. So I said, well, let's put this in. I can at least get this in, and then this little piece in. And then as I go in, I was all right, well, I got all this piece in. Well, let's go ahead and do the little pieces that, before you know it, I'm developing the entire thing. So, which is fine in the end, but in the current, it's hard to stay focused. Like I keep trying to say, well, don't mess with those things. Just go fix your run play and my game. Why does it keep doing that? It's like it keeps disappearing my errors when I switch pages. See, it says there was 8 and then there's 7, but now they're not errors anymore. They're all these little yellow, whatever the heck's. 7 problems. They're not even, like, I don't even know what this means. Unexpected name, calculate run yards. Oh, is it because it's a different, no, it's probably a different reference. That's fine. But that's not everything, and that's what's throwing me off. Why is it not red anymore? It's like this one shows no errors, but I know there's errors. Oh, now they're back. See, it says 9 and 8. So it's doing all kinds of weird stuff. Anyway, I got to get these things to at least compile. Get new game session. What is this expecting? Cannot use store game session. Standard. Or game rules value of type as game session. Why not? So this needs to be changed to okay. Game ID, API game session. Get game by ID. So what did I say? I have that's the playbook. Never mind. Okay. All right, so we gotta get game by ID. Go to definition. Oh. So I knew all these were going to end up getting changed. I'm doing this with all these. Almost did them all. Let's go and do that one. Might as well. Cannot use store value. Why? Client. Base store. Games counters. I don't know, maybe it's confused at this. Okay, so let's go back here. Oh, come on. Stop disappearing. Did it again. It keeps changing. Why is it doing that? Stop it. Now it's back. Oh, God. So what got me going on the whole play log, I realized that the situation of there is only one time that I can think of in a football game where the team with possession does not score, is not the one who scored points. Only one time in the entire game. Because in a turnover you have a change of possession. You get the ball. Interception, fumble, whatever. They get the ball. Even if they recover in the end zone, it's still a change of possession touchdown. But a safety is the only time when it does not change possession and the other team gets the ball or it gets the points. All other times it changes possession first. So, because technically the team that got sacked for the safety still has to give you the ball. That's like, haha, you gave us 2 points and now you have to give us the ball. It's the suckiest play in the world for the team that gets victimized by it. Because it's the one time where the other team gets more points and they get the ball back, which just really is no fun. All right, so I have to figure out, and this is where I got caught up in all that. I was like, okay, here is, I'm going to show you what my types here. My play log doesn't consider all the possibilities. I'm just going to say it right now. I have it very basic in my play progress log. The idea is that during a play, you have the player and each action they're going to take. Things are just going to happen. You got, the route action, which is the thing they do along the way, the expected things they do along the way, along with possible other things. We have the play type and the formation. But here's the thing. If I create every single step in a play progress log, every single step in a play progress log has one entry for every player. And I'm trying to figure out the most efficient way to do this. Because this is actually the complicated thing, right? I'm going to have to track 22 players and what they're doing in every step. And then provide that information to the UI. And then the UI has got to go, oh, okay, well, we need to move all these players. Now, I don't know the best way to do that. Because do I pass back a bunch of progress logs, 22 progress logs, and the UI can execute them? Or do I... Man, I don't know. This is complicated. Let me ask AI. I don't know what it's not that hard to pass the data back. What it is hard to do is figure out the most efficient way to give the data to the UI so the UI can handle it. Giving it 22 logs and telling it to make every player do that step. And then getting another 20. And if I give it the entire play progress, that means I give it all the logs. And if there's, let's say there's, I'm trying to think, 20. Let's just say there's between 8 and 20 steps per player. Actually, it could be more than that. It's going to be 1 per 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 plus those, 15. Yeah, it could be 15 to 20 steps. And then with turnovers, it goes nuts, right? Or even more, because if it goes a long play that goes outside of the normal realm, we could end up with steps of things happening for the full, let's just say 100 yards worth. We could end up with 22 times 200. 22 logs times 200, that's 2,200 entries if there's one for every step on the field. If we went from a 99 yard score, for example, means basically we covered 100 yards, and it's probably even more than that. We're looking at upwards of 2,200 actions that have to take place. Now, that have to happen on a single play. Now, it could be less for shorter plays, but the problem is, what's the most efficient way to give that back? Play progress log could have upwards of 2,200 plus entries per play. That is around 100 entries per player on the field for a play that is well, by default it has it in here. See, it says types.go right here. So by default it actually looks at the play you're on. I mean, the one thing it will do is look at the page you're on. But if you want it to look outside of this page you're on, you kind of have to tell it, hey, take a look at these files and those files, and it'll look at those files too. Or I've noticed that if I say things like, take a look at my full project or my entire code base and then do blah, 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 blah. And it's pretty good at that point to look more in depth. It still misses stuff. It's not, I tell you, when things get really detailed, it's even said, I've looked at your extensive code base. I have, at some point in the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks, I crossed into extensive code base. I've heard it say I've looked at your entire code base, but that was way back at the beginning, or your whole code base. But somewhere in the last few weeks, I crossed over into extensive code base, which is the AI telling me, dude, this is a lot of work. You're getting to that point where there's a lot of crap to be looking through here. I have figured out that I have now got, I don't know how many lines of code, but I'm thinking I'm probably well over 100,000 lines of code already. No, not that many. It's, let's see. Okay, maybe it's about 3,000 or 4,000 lines of code, but it's a lot of code. It's okay. Maybe I'm over exaggerating. I mean, obviously I am, but probably 3,000 or 4,000 lines of code, which is quite a bit considering I'm only 90 days worth of development according to my devlog count. Yeah, I know. I exaggerated. Sorry. It feels like a lot of lines of code. But yeah, I might be somewhere in the 3,000 to 5,000 range. Because some of my biggest files here have several hundred lines of code, but some of them only have maybe 50 or 60. So yeah, and I figure I've got about 100 and between 150 and 200 files in the app already. So I got about 150 to 200 files, each one probably averaging 100 lines of code, maybe. So that's not even closer to 10,000. I guess I could probably, I want to get me a code analyzer. Is there a good code analyzer extension? Because I've been wanting to figure that out. What's a good code analyzer extension? Is there any good ones? Rust analyzer. I don't want Rust. Salesforce? Here's code. Here's just 626. That ain't nothing. Come on. Somebody's got to have a good one. ChatGPT has one. Nexus. All right. I got to look. There's too many of them. I don't know. Best VS Code Analyzer. Let's see. VS Code extensions. Best VS Code extensions for data science and more. Okay. The Code Quality Analyzer. Try JetBrains Codana for free. Automated code analysis. JetBrains? JetBrains is not free. It might be like a temporarily free thing. Statistic code analysis tool. Code analysis for DevSec. All right, let's see what this one says. This has got to have a code analyzer in it, right?
Consistent. For more details, check out my video on how to install, configure, and
Code Runner, Jest. See, I got to do some Jest stuff. That's what I need to get going.
Awesome spell checker. It really does cut down spelling mistakes and prevents those embarrassing spelling mistakes in pull requests. It supports English and many more languages. You can even add custom dictionaries. Here's a quick demo of the spell checker. As you can see, I spelled player incorrectly. It's also taking into consideration the camel casing. If I fix this word, it will not only change this word, but this word over here. So we'll click on the light bulb and then on player, and both words are corrected. For more details on how to install and configure Code Spell Checker, check out my video. Next, we have ESLint. It's a static code analysis tool for identifying problems in your JavaScript code. With this extension, it will highlight those problems.
I have ESLint.
ESLint installed in the workspace
It's
or
okay.
globally. Here's an example.
But it's not what I want. I want like code metrics or something.
Underscored it in red because I put 2 dots, and if we put our mouse over it, we'll see parsing error, unexpected token, ESLint. ErrorLens is a perfect companion to Spellchecker, ESLint, and other extensions that add language diagnostics. It'll highlight the entire line when possible and show the error message in line. With ErrorLens enabled, you can see our lines are now being highlighted. ESLint rules are highlighted in red, and it shows us the message on the right-hand side. Spellcheck errors are highlighted in blue, and the message is also on the right-hand side.
Unknown word.
No longer need to hover our mouse over the error to see the error message. The material icon theme extension updates your
Yeah, I use VS Code icons.
which look so much nicer. Plus, you
Works
get
great.
another folder icon. This is the default icon theme for VS Code over here. It's not too bad. I don't particularly like the folders. Well, let's go ahead and switch over to the material icon theme. When we do that, we get proper folders, and depending on the name of the folder, you might get a different image. For example, the sounds. We have a React application with components, and we get these really nice bright colored icons. The live server extension allows you to launch a local development server with a live reload. This is awesome for code.
This is cool, but I've had a lot of trouble getting this to work. I've used this a few times, this live server, but I struggle to get it to function correctly. I still find myself just building external browsers or using an external browser. Everybody online uses like a built-in headless or whatever browser. I can't get them to work. Maybe I'm just, my code's too complicated.
Next up, we have auto rename tag, which is a feature that I wish VS Code had, but luckily there's this extension. Without this extension, if I go ahead and rename this div to a span, it won't rename.
Oh, by the way, in Visual Studio 22, this works. I can rename one and it fixes the other. Now, maybe not in VS Code, but I do all of my development in VS Studio for React app, for the React side of my code. Because, VS Code is a pain in the rear. It doesn't work well. The debugging sucks. Debugging sucks in VS Code. It's terrible. It's the worst. Well, for React anyway. I managed to get Go working. I haven't had to do too much debugging in Go for some reason. It's because a lot of my stuff, I actually do it from the front end, and then I just trace back.
Closing tag. With the extension enabled, if I rename this from a div to a span, it will also rename the closing
It does that
tag.
already.
Have you ever worked with more than one project with different VS Code windows? It can get confusing which is which. Here's a simple solution to have a different color for each VS Code window using an extension called Peacock. With Peacock, we can easily set a different color for each window. For example, we can go ahead and open the command palette, type Peacock, and select Change to a favorite color to select a different color for this VS Code window. As you can see over here, a different...
Huh. Now that's actually kind of cool. I could actually see using that. Because, as you can see, well, actually right now I only have one open. I just use a parent, but a lot of times I'll have the parent application as well as the individual child applications, which is PFFMS Go, PFFM Go MS, and PFFM Web, which are the two child. One's the React, one's the Go applications services. But if I want to have the AI smart enough to look at both and interact with both, that's when I use the parent. So I tend to use the parent a lot for when I'm just doing general stuff. But once I start working with everything as a whole, I use both. But sometimes I end up with all three of them open. And the strange thing is, because the better AI exists in VS Code, but VS Code is so crappy working with React debugging, I actually do all of my coding in Visual Studio 22, but have the web application open in VS Code so that I can use the smarter AI. Because the AI in Visual Studio only gives you like two options, and one of them is not Claude 3.7. they've got very basic AI in the Copilot version for Visual Studio, and so I don't like to use it. So if I ask questions, I go ask it in VS Code, referencing the web stuff, and then when it makes a change, I could save it, and it'll show up here, and then I can go run it and get debugged, do the debugging on the VS Studio. Kind of a pain, but it works. It doesn't seem to hold me up too much. But yeah.
VS Code windows, and each one is visually distinct with its different color, making it easy to identify different projects. Another time-saving extension is Auto Open Markdown Preview. This extension will automatically open the Markdown preview. Let's take a look at this if we go to our...
Hold on, I gotta check. Never know when somebody's calling me for a work thing.
Inside, you can see we have edit mode, and on the right-hand
Hello?
side, we get our preview. This is great for editing and when you want to read the README in a formatted state. Another great Markdown extension is Markdown All-in-One. This one adds a whole bunch of great shortcuts. For example, we can go ahead and bold this text just like we would in Word.
I have no idea what that was.
was.
Sounded like some dude talking through a robotic voice. And you would have to yell. I'm like, okay, click. I don't know what that was. I was like, yeah.
VS Code has an extension called Code Runner. Code Runner can run code snippets for many different languages, from C to a language called Zig. Once you install the Code Runner extension, we're going to have this play button at the top. We have this JavaScript file over here. We're going to go ahead and run it, and when we run it, we're going to get our console output. Next up, we have a Jest extension, and it says use Facebook's Jest with pleasure. Indeed, it is a pleasure to use. Once installed, you're going to get this test speaker icon on the left-hand side. Once you click it, you're going to see a list of your tests and the status for each test. From here, you can also run your test normally or in debug mode. Inside of your test file, you'll also get an icon beside
I dare you to use debug mode.
Sucks. If you click on it, it will run the test, and if you right-click, you can select between a run test and a debug test. The next extension can also run Jest Test, and it's called Jest Runner. This extension adds a run button and debug button above each test. Use Simple React Snippets extension to increase your productivity in React. As you can see,
I have this installed on my React. It works good.
There are a lot of different snippets you can use. Let's say that we're creating a header component.
All right, let's see.
Quickly create
How many are left? It's almost there.
FSC, which stands for Function Syntax Component. Hit Tab. It creates two cursors.
GitHub Copilot, IntelliCode,
Hit
YAML,
Escape, and then quickly add
Git lens, Git history, Git graph.
This will be our header. GitHub Copilot is an AI pair programmer right in your IDE.
All right, let's try. Let's do a different search. Let's go.
GitHub Copilot uses
Best. Not code analysis, maybe code metrics. Code metrics.
I use GitHub Copilot in the past and found it very useful.
For analyzing code complexity maintained within Visual Studio Code, consider extensions like live code metrics. The text displays elements in class in open files. It shows the number of lines. Shows the number of lines for each code section along with its name. Code complexity analysis. Alright, what's it called? Live code metrics? Let's try it. I don't have enough extensions. You always need lots and lots of extensions. Live code metrics. 7,000? That's it? Oh. See, that's not very many people using it. That don't seem like a very good. That's not a very good number. I want hundreds of thousands of people using it. So I know a lot of people care about their metrics. Now it's Code Time. Code Time is an open source plugin that provides programming metrics. Let's see, it's an open source plugin, community, nearly 500,000 developers who use Code Time to reclaim time focus. Looking for ways to help your team improve their productivity. When you connect GitHub, blah, 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 you can measure your team's performance. I don't care about my team. I am my team. Create an account, keep track of your coding data, unlock, blah, 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 register. I don't think that's what I want. AI code metrics? What's that? The official AI code metrics is, in order to enable the service, you need an active account. Code metrics in line. 98 people, that's not a thing. Why am I talking code matters installation? I know there's a code analytics in Visual Studio. I could just open that one up. All right, let's try something really weird. Let's just see how smart. Let's see how smart. So by the way, the root code doesn't work. I don't know what the problem is. Nothing works on this. I just got nothing but errors trying to run this. Nothing but API streaming failed. So yeah, it stopped working. It's yeah, I don't know. But the root code thing doesn't work. Or root client, or whatever you want to call it. I mean, let me rephrase that. It doesn't work for me. I mean, of course it works. Somebody's using it. But for me, all I do is get API errors. And I put the API key in that was given to me by Gemini. So unless it's only good for a day or something. Because I got it last Friday or whatever. Can you tell me some code metrics in my application? I need number of code, number of code files. Is there a good extension? All right, let's see what any of those go. Now, there's that code metrics one. Code metrics. Oh, is code metrics a single word, maybe? Oh, there it is. Oh, here we go. 1 million. Oh, maybe that's the one I want. Code metrics. All right, we'll try it. Let's see, create an AST from walk through each and every node of it, depending on the type of the node. Please note that it is not a standard metric, but it is a close proximity of cyclomic complexity. If you want to know the causes, I don't really want to know. What else does this do? Does it tell me like things like how to install? I don't know. Do I care about code complexity? I mean, I probably should care about code complexity. Sure, I'll install it because I have nothing better to do besides put more stuff in my app. T-O-K-E-I. Toki statistics. Only 121 people. 121. Is that a real thing? Oh, what else? Provides basic statistics about. Offers good quality and metrics analysis. I mean, that tells you how many lines of code there is. I mean, it's very basic, but it's only 121 people, only one review. That sounds like not very good. How can nobody else want something like that? That's cool if it works. Why is it not very good? Only 121 people. How does this even know about 121 people? For Go projects, you might also want to consider Go coverage. Shows code coverage information. Offers code quality and metrics analysis. What is SonarLint? SonarLint. Sonar Cube. Quality metric extension pack. That one's got 19,000 people. ESLint, code metrics, compute simplicity. SonarLint is an IDE extension that helps you detect and fix quality issues. Spelling checker. So this is like a bunch of stuff. This does multiple. Okay, I guess the thing that's distracting me from actually getting work done doesn't exist. Alright, we're going to give Toki a chance, just because it seems like what I want. Oops, Toki. I know, I'm going to have to uninstall it though. I have a feeling it's not going to be all that great. It must not work very well. Because I can't imagine, unless this thing was just released yesterday. Wow. It was. It was released in It was released February 1st. So let's see if Toki statistics. Let's see what this does. I don't even know where I'm looking for. Is that just like another? Did it put another icon on my screen? Probably another one. Which one is Toki? How do I use it? A quick extension. Open the Site Explorer and find the Tree View panel, Toki Statistics. Oh, is it on this? Oh, here it is. Is it counting? What's it doing? Is it running? Failed. Output. Oh, see, it doesn't work. Command failed Toki. Ah, Toki. You let me down, man. You're not worth it. You don't even work. I just have too much complexity in my code. It's just choking on itself. Alright, well, alright, we gotta uninstall it. Bye-bye. It was, I gave you a chance. But you just didn't have what it takes. Your best wasn't good enough. Alright. So. Oh, that one's, no, it's the same one, okay. COVID, statistics. Huh. It's got, that one's code stats. It's got 2,000 people. What's it do? Doesn't do anything. Alright, I got code lines counter. There we go. That's supposed to be Toki, I suppose. Only 63 people. Oh, fuck. A lot of Git stats. I don't know. Probably related to your check-ins and other junk. So, apparently, the thing I'm looking for, no not does exist. So, yeah. It's kind of weird. You would think there'd be something that could look at your code and figure this out. All right, how do I use this one? Is that a thing on here? I don't know. How do you use this? How to install in the workspace settings. Then can be bound to the key bindings. Ugly. Okay, well, okay, that's enough distraction for the moment. I don't know how to use any of this stuff. It doesn't even show. What do I have to do here? Commands, toggle code lenses for arrow functions. Toggle code metrics. Okay, where am I toggling said code metrics from? They can be bound. Is that the one I have? Kiss Thomas? Yeah. I know. I know. I wanted to see if there was a good metrics. You're right. All right, let's get back to it. It's too easy to get distracted. I get distracted more when I'm online than any other time. I was cruising along good this morning. And I'm going, you know what? I should be online doing this. And now here I am. I'm going, I'm not getting anything done anymore. All right, let's get these dang things working. All right, so we got run play. I like cool tools and features. That kind of, and when I think of them, I'm like, ooh, let's see if that exists. It doesn't. And then somebody goes, you should write it yourself. I'm like, yeah, well, because there's 50 of me, and it's easy to have. I just need to give one of them a job. Hey, you, number 42, go make this thing. It's like, how many things can one work on at a time? It's not as many as you think. Okay, so here's the thing. So play info. If team with possession, then what we need to turn this into is, this is b dot, no. So, oh yeah, here's the thing. This, I was writing this already, and this is why, this error right here is the one that got me totally made me jump the tracks. Okay, so what this is trying to do is I need to set my team scores. So when I go over to my types, I have, the score. And when I'm saying, all right, who got points? Team 1 or team 2? All right, so then I have to look at their team with position. Team with position. Team with possession. And the team with possession, as you can see, I have it saying team ID with possession. But when it really comes down to it, I think what I need is something more like a type that is team play state. Game state. Team game state. Let's go with team game state. Now, team game state struct is going to be a combination of things of both of these. And what that's going to be is I need to have their ID, because why not? Team ID. ID. No, it's going to be team ID. Team ID, which is going to be a string. And then we have to have in there points scored int 32 and has possession spool. Okay. I don't think, did I spell possession right? I think there's two S's in possession, right? Yeah. So what that would do is this would allow me to say in here, we would have team game state play. How about team play info? I think that's better. We're going to go like this. And this is just a singular object. We're not going to have more than one. So you can only have one. But it just allows me to group and have, oh no, I do need two. I have two teams. Yep, got to have both teams in there. All right, so what this would do is allows me to take all three of these out and make it a lot easier to track who has possession. See, I didn't want to be doing the trying to map each team to whether they're team 1 or team 2. It just seems clunky. You know, it's like, I don't care if they're team 1 or team 2. We have two teams, yes, but it comes down to the team that has possession or doesn't have possession. So all I need to do is have a team play info and keep track of whether or not they have possession. What the heck is going on? My Twitch is showing some weird error. Check this out. See that thing? I don't know if you can see it. That's my error. And it's saying, be careful, you're going to be taken to this website. I'm like, are you sure you want to go there? No, I don't even know what that is. What are you... It gave me a bunch of them. Nightbot, don't forget to follow or... Did it somehow like click my link? It's my link. Oh, well, my link is fine. But it is the link. It is my link that it tried to take me to. But why is it trying to take me there? I don't know. Ah, man. That's this phone. That phone, see? That's a phone. And yeah, it was trying to take me to this other website. And I don't. And it turns out it was trying to take me to my website that Nightbot posted on here a while ago. Why, I don't know. Maybe some signal got passed to my phone while I was, some weird thing. And it selected the link and tried to pop it up. I don't know. Strangeness. Anyway, so we're going to have team play info, which means I could get rid of these two in theory. So this is kind of like just a sub-choice of this. It allows me to have two objects, one for each team, and whether they have possession or whether or not they scored any points. And I can add other values that are specific to that team. But it's not part of the play log. So that's the other thing. You could change possession during the play log, but not necessarily will there be a change in possession on the play result. Though, you could, as a result, have a turnover and still have the same team with possession. That just means there was 2 turnovers. But that said, I get rid of this, I'm going to have to change a lot of, refactor a bunch of junk. But I think I also want to have these values. Offense selected O. So if we have that, and I take out those and want to assign those to the team, which is the better place for them to exist, I put them in the team object. And then this becomes every play has But again, if I keep these separate, I have to map which one is team 1 and which is team 2. So I don't want to do that. I'm trying to stop mapping that. That's a dumb thing to track. Total score. No, not scored. Total score. Or team, how about current score? All right. And then I don't have to track this anymore either. So then I simplifying how things are getting tracked. So what I need to do, so now my game state gets dumber and dumber as I go. Pretty soon there won't be a game state anymore. I will simply have just split it up into 2 different named things. Because the team play info, there will be 1 for every play, but we'll have a current score. See the if I always get the first team, you know, there's other things I need to do for the game state too. Like what? I'm going to need more other info pretty soon. Like I'm going to have to keep track like who's the home team. Because that determines a lot of things in the game. Like who gets to pick the coin flip. Home team picks the coin flip on opening. Visiting team picks the coin flip on overtime. I learned that last week. I mean, for all I know about the NFL, I'm going to know a lot more by the time this is done. Even since I started working on this project, I've learned a ton. I thought I knew almost everything as far as NFL rules go. I thought I was like a rules expert. I was not. Once you get into the minutia of things, it's kind of crazy how many different things there are. So game state is getting stupider as each individual play result. So the thing is, I like the idea of game state holding my total score, but then I have to still map which one is team 1 and which one is team 2. Now, is that hard to do? Can I by default always put the first team? No, that won't work. If I always put the first team in the first spot, then I don't have to map them. I can just say the score gets added to team 1 and the second one gets team 2. It's always 0 and 2, and if you get them in the order. So home team would always have to be added to the game first. In order for that to work, I'd always have to know who the home team is, or who the team is. The reason I say they'd have to get added to the... No, I guess I can make a decisive decision out of it. I just add them both, and then I would just say, okay, if this is a per play state, and the only reason I'm adding it to play result is because it's only what happens at the end of the play. So then I could get rid of all of this too. I don't know specifically what team. It's just about having ease of tracking. And if I don't have to swap or worry about which one is team 1 and which one is team 2, the other option is I could see, then I don't have to have even, I don't even have to have offense and defense. I could just say play selections. Play selections. And then selected play. Now I can get rid of this too. Both of those. Because the team has these selections. This is their selected play, whether they have possession. How'd I end up? How'd that happen? I don't like that this keeps popping up with things that take you places, because then your mouse is on top of it and you just click and it's just there. So do they have the possession at the end of the play? Did they score any points? And what is their team ID? Okay, so that's everything you need. That simplifies a lot of stuff. That said, I'm still trying to decide the best way to connect it. It's currently in the play result, which could have, that means we have every play. Of course, the game state has an existence on every play. That's why there's only, it's a 1-to-1 with play result and 1-to-1 with game state. So all of them would be a 1-to-1. I'm creating objects simply because I need to have multiples of the same object with the same values here. Why, I guess, then is the question, do I need a play result object? In theory, I don't really need a play result object. But it does separate the things that constantly change from the things that do not. Like the quarter time doesn't change that. Well, it changes, but it's not changed by the play itself. The play result is the play itself. The quarter only changes 3 times, or 4 maybe. And then we have things like the identifiers, game ID, quarter time, delay of game. Delay of game. These last two are both provided by the host. They're not even defined here. I'm really wondering if I need to make a child object. Is it worth it? Because I already got to do a play progress log, which is already putting a bunch of extra code in. And if I have 2 team infos, and because these are 1-to-1, right? So really, the only thing here is just these fields. That's all I need. I wouldn't need a play ID if I have the game state, because every play gets a game state. I could almost call this, you know, the play ID or the game state. I just grab every. I do actually like the thought of grouping this, only because these are the play and this is the game, but they're really the same thing because we get a game state for every single play. Because every play we're going to have a different quarter time left. We'll have, the quarter could change, but that's really only 2 values here that are going to change by anything other than the host. Doesn't really make sense to have this, and really just for naming purposes, I can't think of a good reason. Now with breaking out my team info, I think functionally, my life would be easier if I just put it all under game state. But it doesn't seem to be. Game state to me means this is what the game state is at the end of the play. But I want to be able to read certain fields as the play result. And that's really the only reason I'm even doing the play result. But some of the play result stats have to go on this object, which means they have to go in the play result. Am I overthinking this? I'm trying to simplify my code, but I also don't want it to be overly complex. And having an extra layer to dig down into. Maybe the idea is that game state maybe it just gets back a game state. Maybe I stop thinking of this as a play state. We have the play progress log, which is going to be what's happening during the play. Game state just feels like a fixed object, like it shouldn't change all the time. Screw it, I'm doing it. I'm keeping it. I'm just going to figure out how to make it work. Yeah, it's just game state, play result. This just categorizes the actual effects of the play. I don't know if it's the best way to go, but that's what I'm doing, man. This is all one thing, but I can't figure out a good way to name it. Well, game state would be like coming back with the game and the last play, but really what the game state is it's all this plus the scores, the current, who has the ball. But I would determine that by looking at the play info anyway, team play info. And the game state is everything plus the last play object. Yeah. But I gotta keep the team play info off. And we'll just calculate that as we go and we'll set it. That's all there is to it. All right. Screw it. We're doing it this way. All right, so now that I've totally screwed up my, we've totally screwed up my API. I'm gonna have to do all kinds of weird machinations now. All right, let's go back up to my common, and we'll go to API. And now we got our types.go, which is actually part of the simulator proto. And we're going to take that guy, split him out over there, close this. And we're going to go back into types, and then we got to go way back here. Wait, oh, that's players. What the heck? Thought I got simulator proto. Okay, that's the one I wanted. All right, so game state. All right, so game state has a play result. We're gonna get rid of offensive. All right, so I don't need. What I need to do is take all 4 of these guys and create a new thing called message team play info, and that's none of that. Yeah. That's not really what I wanted. I wanted all these. Oh, we do have team ID, that's fine. But we need to take this guy out. So we got oh, that's not quite right. Because we don't have this or this. And this is off, this is just play selections because it's no longer dependent on that or that. But we do need to change this to a 2 and this to a 3. Actually, that's not. Let's go here. We're going to go, I need points scored. Int 32. Nope. Points scored equals 2. And then we go bool has possession. I'm gonna go int 32 current current score. That's totally mathed out wrong, and I made a bunch of case problems because I do that. Has P S. All right, so we're gonna go 1, 2, 3. This has got to be a 4. Oops. Got to be a 5. This has got to be a 6. And okay, so we got that one built. And that said, we also got to get stuff out of the play result, which means I can get rid of the team possession and the points pieces. Game, kick off your card, current yard line, yards on play, yards to go, play description, turnover down, Yards to first down, clock stopped. Play progress log. And then team play info, which has got to be on here. So we got to go in, repeated, repeated. Team play info. Team play info. Okay, so now we've got our message values rebuilt slightly. We've now got a new object coming in as part of that. So my game states, so I don't even need that either. I can get rid of those. I mean, the values, I'm going to get a bunch of bugs because things don't exist. I'll have to go realign them. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. All right, and then we got to go to comment and make gen. Oops. All right, so we built it up. We've now got our new object. We've got new associations. Everybody's happy-ish. Okay. Now. So I'm also going to need in every play, I think I'm going to need I have play progress log, but there are, okay, so do they count player or defensive player stats? Are defensive player stats like, if you're a kick returner, I can see your keep track yards, but what about interceptions? Is that stats even tracked?
While racing to the speed of light is a theoretical thrill, human bodies would face enormous pressure and limitations. But hey, it's fun to imagine the possibilities. What else is on your mind, Kenneth?
So, in the NFL, do they track yardage for interceptions, such as like, say somebody intercepts a ball and then they run it back? Does that player get credit for however far he runs it back? Is there like, oh, he has the 43 return yards on interceptions?
Yep. In the NFL, when a player intercepts the ball and runs it back, those yards are credited to them as interception return yards. It's like a reward for their effort in taking the ball back towards the opponent's end zone. Those stats can be a big deal for a player's record. Anything else about football on your mind?
Nope.
Whatever. How was work?
Good. Ellie did really, really good. Really well.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah. Thursday, if it's really nice out, my car stinks so bad like mold. Can you try and figure out or clean the inside? Or something, or
I'll try to see if I can work some. Yeah, oh, you mean when I have the car?
yeah,
Yeah.
it smells terrible.
I'll see if, just gotta remind me just in case, because it
Yeah.
slips through my mind, but I'll take a look.
I'm gonna eat because I didn't eat lunch because I wasn't hungry. I'm gonna eat chicken and mashed potatoes, or do you want me to make you a bowl of soup? Which you should eat soup because you're sick.
Whatever. Yeah, sounds good, sure.
Soup.
Yeah, that'll work.
Can get philosophical, creative, or poetic if you want. Think of me as your superpower in your pocket.
See, this is a different voice. This is the voice I've been using as Canyon. This is the one that they changed it. They just did an update recently. In fact, I came back to my computer and panicked because when I came to my computer in the morning one time, it goes, "We're almost done setting up your computer," and it's in that same like I just installed Windows state. And I'm like, what happened? And I'm like, it's going through. It's, oh, do you want to install 365? You know, all the things you get when you first start up a fresh install of Windows. And I'm like, that don't look good at all. But apparently there must have been some kind of a major Windows update or something that I got. But it was just an update. Because once it went away, all my stuff was here and I was fine. But kind of made me panic, but I think it changed which voice I was using by default. It switched over to I don't know, English voice.
As a companion, I can write stories, brainstorm ideas,
this
and
is-
I can sound like this if you choose.
This is Wave. I kind of like the Canyon. I don't know. Just I don't know why it's named after these voices. Why don't they say English, American, female, whatever? I don't know.
I can get philosophical, creative, or poetic if you like. Think of me as your superpower in your pocket.
Ooh, I gotta.
Thanks, appreciate it. So, what's been keeping you busy lately?
Wait a minute. I just changed you to
I can
Canyon.
get philosophical, creative, or
Mhm.
poetic.
Hey, Kenneth.
Stop it. I changed you.
Hey again, Kenneth. What's on your mind today?
Oh, they must have broke it. The voice doesn't change.
I can get philosophical, creative, or
This is the
poetic
voice I
if you
was
like.
using, but I can't change it.
Think of me as your superpower.
Hey again, Kenneth. How's it go?
I'm stuck. I have to use the English voice until they fix it. They broke it. It's a lie. You can't have other options right now. That's all right. I guess I can get used to it, but none of them work.
Hey, Kenneth. What's on your mind today?
As a companion, I learn about you and help unpack your thoughts.
Let's explore the world together. I can be your sounding board as you work through challenges.
I still think the voice on that is really good. I mean, all of the versions. All the versions have good. It's just so easily. It's just so smooth. I just wish it could actually hold it. Because like, if I click here,
Let's explore the world together. I can be your sounding board as you work through challenges.
Hey, Kenneth. What's
Yep.
up?
you're stuck. You're stuck with whatever voice version you got. It won't let you change it.
I can get philosophical.
They show the
creative,
examples.
Or poetic if you like. Think of me as your superpower in your pocket.
Hey, Kenneth. How's it going?
Oh well, whatever. Okay. Okay, so I've rebuilt my play result. Let's see, what's it missing though? It doesn't look the same size, does it? Play ID, game ID, kickoff required, current yard line, yards on play, yards to go, play description, turnover, down, yards to first down, clock stopped, and then my two objects. No, I guess we're good. It's just, I don't know, different font size or something. Okay, so then I have my team play info, which is going to be the team stuff related to that particular play, or team state, or whatever I want to call it. Or you can call it a mix, team state info, but is it relevant? I mean, it's still the play, so I could go either way, but it doesn't matter. Now, I have to put in the play progress log, which is part of the play as well. But the play progress log is where uber duper super duper detail goes in. This is like the low end. This is everything happens. So, and also I have to figure out the how the player log and the play progress log is going to work. So I think what I may end up doing is having the play progress log keep track of all and the player log keep track of all the players, and the play progress log just keep track of, what am I keeping track of on a play progress log? So we got an instance of the log, but if it's really the players that individually are going, maybe I don't need that. Maybe it's another one of those where I don't need both. Because what does play progress log have? Play progress log. What does play progress log have that wouldn't be individual to the player? I mean, if it's not individual to the player, then it's just the play, in which case, each case, do I need... Yeah, I don't know if I need a player log. I could say player progress log or play progress log works, but then it would be just player ID, the route action, whether or not they had success, but we have to have 22 of them basically. And we have to read through all 22 of them. But I don't know if I need a player log. I'm not even sure where player log currently doesn't even have a spot on the thing. If I have the player ID, I can pull any extra information I need. But I should probably provide that stuff. And then I have to log everything. All of these individual objects get saved back to the database once it runs, so that I can keep track of everything that happens with every player. So as the play progress log, so each step happens and every play progress log happens, but we don't. So a play execution actually needs to also have a function that's probably called progress play. That's probably what it's going to be called, progress play. And then that goes through and actually inches each step forward on the play progress log. Every step, everything I'm tracking, which is probably going to be about every, I call them every grid space, which is roughly 2 spaces for every 5 yards. So it's about 4 steps per 10 yards, or, you know, if we have to go 20 yards, we might have, 8 steps. It's not that much, but if they go full distance down the field, if it's 4 times, 9, it's 36 steps. And that's per player. That's just if they're moving in a straight line. If they're zigzagging, they're doing a lot more steps than that. And then you got scrambling around and anything else that I build in that happens to make the ability to move more interesting. The biggest problem, honestly, I think the biggest problem for me to define, you see, in your head you can see stuff, right? Like a player moves and you're like, okay, he moves this way, I'm going to cut him off, or I'm going to move towards him. I'm seeing. Code don't see crap. Code don't see nothing. So when you say a player moved here, the defensive player's like, so? It's like, you got to tell it, okay, well, the ball is over here. You need to get closer to the ball. So you have players move towards the ball, which is fine. But what they don't do is predict where the ball is going, right? You have to go, okay, well, this guy's moving this fast. You can't move. You're going to be doing a curvy motion, right? That's not how people run. They don't run like this. They don't run in a curve. What they do, see, this is the curve. I'm trying to see how to put this on the screen here, but so if this guy's running and this guy sees him, he's going to run in a curve. But that's not the way you're supposed to run after people, right? Most people are smart enough to try to meet them at their spot, meet them at a place. So when this guy's coming up and he tries to meet him, now yes, this guy might be slower and maybe he has to curve a little at the end because he didn't quite time that right. But still, it's not supposed to be like this, because you're not running to where he's at here, you're running to where he's gonna be. So you should be trying to go for a straight line and hit him at the first point. Because anytime you go down and you're trying to do this, well, if you're slower than him, he's out of here. Right? He's lost you. He's touchdown zone unless someone else catches him. So you gotta put some kind of logic in there that makes it smart enough to go, well, obviously I'm not going to be at that spot. I'm going to move. He's 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 going to move, and like that. And we got to try to guess now. A person who knows here's the thing: a computer can be perfect, right? Theoretically, a computer can be perfect. meaning it will always guess the right trajectory if you set it up right, because it knows how fast it's going, and this guy knows how fast he's going. They know their perfect speed. A person would have to guess. We know he's really fast. I can see he's moving really fast. So I know I'm probably not that fast, but my goal is to catch him. Sometimes I might even know he's that fast enough. I'm going to start off running even in that direction because I'm not going to get there. But the question is, do I predict well? Do I predict like I'm going to be like, okay, if I predict it right, I might be ahead of him slightly, and that would be okay because then I could slow down and make the tackle. But if you're running as hard as you can and you miss guess, you might not catch him. And there's the mistake that a human might make. They might think, oh, I'm faster than I am, and realize, oops, I'm not. A computer won't make that mistake. Computer knows. So you want to try to mimic reality as best you can. So that's a situation where you might even try to implement intelligence, player intelligence, his ability to guess his speed versus the opponent's. Maybe he only knows his speed and the other person's speed relationally speaking, in which case maybe you have to give it a little fudge factor to make that adjustment and make that calculation based on maybe getting there. I don't know. That's a good sim takes everything into account. The more stuff you consider, the better your sim's going to be. I mean, reality is, if you want people to watch it, you want them to get a sense of, this game feels real. Like these guys are really making real decisions and they're making the right things. Now, I'm not going to have the graphic exactness of physics in the game. In other words, I'm not going to have a guy dive out and if his finger just perfectly touches the heel of the foot, he might make the tackle, maybe not. I'm not going to have him hit him in the side and the guy's body do this all kind of cool. And yeah, that's stuff that's not happening. I mean, if he makes a tackle, he makes a tackle, the guy goes down, whatever, what the heck. And my guys aren't going to be so detailed as to have all that anyway. But I'm hoping to be able to put enough animations in to kind of make those at least look good. But be right back. I got too much to do to stop, so a lot of stuff that I'm doing goes through my head, right? So a lot of it's planning, plotting. This is like this stuff where I'm restructuring, making sure I have everything, trying not to overcomplicate things, but yet make sure you have everything considered. And I really think I probably don't need a player log. I think a play progress log will be enough, and it'll have every player's piece of information. I'll be right back. I gotta go get something. All right, how do I get rid of this thing now? Wait, be right back. All right, I'm back again. Trying to keep some progress going. I will be eating soup. My wife made chicken soup. And since I was sick, she says, you got to have more chicken soup. I said, all right, fine. It's homemade chicken soup, so why not? It's good. All right. I think I'm going to get rid of the player log. I really don't think I need it. Offense, defense, special teams. Do I even need that? I don't know what I need that for. Yeah. I don't think I have any use for player log. I don't think I have anything using it yet. That was just like created for future use. Yeah, see, I don't even have it used. I don't even have it defined here yet. All right. I think the play progress log will be enough. Route actions, which is going to be pulled from the route action result type. Oh. Yeah, so okay. I got to define. See, I'm thinking too far ahead. I keep letting myself go into the next level of things. Okay, so something here is defined wrong. I'm guessing it's one of my game session objects here. It's probably this one. Games, blah, blah, blah. Which one's complaining? Get game by ID. Get game by ID. Aha, there it is. So game state. Now, here's the one problem I have. Game states don't have a play result when they're first created. So if a game state doesn't have a play result when it's created, that means it won't have a team play info, which means I can't set the teams. But I guess reality is, when it initializes, there's nothing to set. There's 0. I don't need them. It's not like they're going to have a score in the first part of the game. And once you've scored, you've ran a play, even if it's just a kickoff. You've got to run it all the way back, that's fine, but you ran a kickoff, and now you've got to play. Play gets result. So we're fine. Never mind. I just don't need to set it as an initializer. My wife's very much of the group that says chicken soup. Sue's is good for a cold. Honestly, I don't know why it would be, right? Nobody ever says chicken is good for a cold. Nobody ever says rice is good for a cold. Or if you're using chicken that has noodles. So really it's just the chicken broth. And why would chicken broth be any more healthier for a cold than anything else? So I don't know. All right, so where am I now? I'm at the, what function am I in? I'm in run play. So in here, I will have a play. And if I always define, oh, okay, so all I need to do is if it's a 2-point play, if it's a 2-point play, why do I even care here? All right, well, I guess we're fine. I just got to figure out how to tell it when we're running a 2-point play. That's easy enough for later. But we'll have play info dot team play info 0 point scored is 2, and additionally dot current score. Perfect. All right. Commentator score. I don't even know what I'm putting in for. What is commentator? I don't even have that field. Oh, it's because it's coming down here, but whatever. So all right. So this one is the same, except it's 6. And this one will be the second team. Oh, you know what? I'm doing this partially wrong. I'm doing something kind of wrong. It will be this, and this will be the opposite team, but only to a point, because I'm actually doing this wrong. This is actually going to be if play info dot team play info 0. Wow, very good. Has possession and I don't need this part, but it did get that part right. That was good. Sometimes it guesses right. If play info dot has possession, then it's this. In which case, oh, I gotta do that, else, that, yep, perfect. Why is this still going? Token does not recognize the internal external command. Why do I keep getting this? Manage extension. It's not found. Alright, this is going to be a problem. I got to get rid of this. Tokai is becoming a problem. Tokai is flawed. I uninstalled it and it's still giving me crap. Dang AI, you need to vet your suggestions. Don't be suggesting things unless you've vetted them. And then this one, nope. Actually, you know what? It's the same. I just realized it. Because when there's a fumble, loss, or interception, team with possession changes, and we just need to make sure that they're the team with possession. So it is actually exactly the same as this. It's not even anything to test. We just have to make sure that before we get to this point, we change the possession settings. Why is this not rebuilding? That's my question of the day. New yards to go. So we don't need if blah, blah, blah. Team with possession. If New Year's ago is greater than or equal to 9, what is this value? Just commentator logic? Less than or equal to 0. How do we even have a safety? Oh, a 2-point play. That's positive points. Oh, this ain't safety. This is a 2-point play. Oh. Greater than or equal to 99 means it's a safety, which is basically this combo. And this will be opposite. This one is opposite. Okay, so if it has possession, then team 1's going to score. Otherwise, it's team 2 scoring, or team 0. Alright. Why is it not liking my play team info undefined type API? Play result has no field or method. Team play. Yes, it does. I put it in there. You're just not keeping up with me, buddy. Oh, look, it fixed it. Oh, now it goes. It's not points scored? What is it called? There's two called points scored. Is it not capitalized? Nope, that's correct. Everything's good. Oh, did I not name it that in the proto? Oh, it's lowercase. Is it really keeping track of lowercase? No, wait a minute. That shouldn't be the case. That shouldn't be the case for the case. Because, oh, it's points scored. Oh, points scored. So it was spelling errors, whatever. Alright, now everybody's got that. Now what's missing? I got a lot of stuff that's going to be missing now because I totally rewrote those. So it's game state, fetch offensive play from database. Now, if only there was a way to do this in an easy way. I'd like it to be 0. Is there any way to load an array? I'm sure there is, but is it complicated to load an array? You'd have to reload it every time. I think that would make it take longer. So I probably just need to figure out how to get the max of the array. So under what scenario if it's the very first play and we've selected a play, so how it's loaded shouldn't matter. But if it's always going to be on a play result, this is why I think it might be difficult to do it this way. Because then, by doing it this way, my play result I have to get the max play result. And it's the very first play of the game. We have not done even the kickoff yet. So we don't technically even have a play to attach a play result to, so there's no team play progress log. But if I don't want to have to pass the object back with values that are going to be redundant, I don't think I can do it this way. I mean, I can, but it's just going to create a lot of headache. Because I end up doing this thing where I have to, like, I don't have a play, but it's got the team play log, which has values that come first. Like the play selection and that kind of stuff comes first before the play even gets ran. So we can't go through a play to get to the stuff that doesn't exist. Or we can't go through something that doesn't exist to get to the stuff that does. If however I make all of the play result info be part of the game state, everything will be there, including the team plays. I can set those team play objects, get the values, set them, do whatever I need to, and then update the play result stuff as needed. If, however, I decide to put the team objects on the game state and leave the play result as a sub-child, I can set those objects first, fine, but then when I run the play, I have to pass back like points scored and everything else separate from the play result so they can be added to the object that's now at the top level. Or I have to put them in the play result as child objects, which means I just end up with it in both places, both in the play result and there, and you end up having double data, and it's keeping track of it. Say, blah, blah. Every play. I think I might just be making it too complicated. I think I might just have to pull the play things up. Problem is, here's the issue in my head. In fact, this is why it's such a minor thing that I think I'm overthinking. It's really just a naming convention issue. So, at the beginning of a game, when there's no plays ran, all we got is the session. The game has been created, and we know what teams are on it. But what we don't have is, like, we can't put like the plays that they selected. I want to keep track of that for each team. So we're gonna have this team select these plays, this team selects those plays. This is what their stuff is. So we could just pass in maybe the team object and get it populated, whatever we got to do. But the issue is that if I go through play result, there is no team play info because there's no team play result. Now I could create an empty dummy play result and then go through the team play info. But then I have to Well, you know, a game state does create a play result. It does initialize one. When you create a new game session, you have a game object. See, this is the game session, and we do add teams to it, and then we create a new. Let's go over to my store. Game. Initialize. We got initialize game rules. Set game rules. Save game session. Game user ID. Get game by ID. Get game details. Team details. Team by ID. New game session. All about simplify. Okay, so here we have a game state. Oh, game state and game session get defined. And we pass in game rules and we define the rules for the game there. Is there no default states for the anything I need to set for the default state of a play? Kickoff, current yard. Oh, the default state of kickoff is yes. It's true, because that's the very first thing we have to do. Current yard line. Yards on play, yards to go. Play description. But we do have to set all this stuff when we start the game. And they do get a definition. Down 1, 10, clock stopped. I don't even know why. What's clock stopped? Do we define if clock stopped? Yeah, because I don't want the front end deciding all that stuff. We just decided, okay. But all right, well, I better make a decision. So I can. Come on, you. If I put this all up here, I get rid of another field. And really what it comes down to at that point is I've really only got 3 fields in the game state that are unique to the game state. Quarter time, and delay of game. That's it. Game ID is already in here. The ID of the game state, which could just be the play. We could just say last play game state and just mix them together and just make my life easier. And then each one of those, then I don't have to keep track of which is the last. Don't have to keep track of the latest or greatest. I just pick one up and take it. Huh. I think my life would just be easier if I just do that. Oh, you know what? Oh, wait, I think I may have tripped myself. Because shoot, did I trip myself? everything that is in the play result and the play progress log is non-static. Everything. I mean, it changes every play. There's nothing static there, and that's kind of the point. It's supposed to be changeable. Team play info is not static. Which means I would have to set the team in each play every single time. It's really the only thing I need to change is the team ID, but it's non-static. It's a static value that I'm trying to set. Now I have it because the game session has it. Game session has the teams on it. They're right here, team 1 and 2. Should just be home team and visiting team, and then I always set one to the other. Instead of team 1 and 2, it's home team and visiting team. There should always be a home team and visiting team. Even in the Super Bowl, when they're not at home, one team is still the home team. All it does is define who gets to flip first or pick the flip first. I don't know what else they get to do. But ultimately, every game has a home team and an away team. And so team 1 and team 2 is a nomenclature that could really just go out the door. And if I use home team and away team, okay, this is really bugging me. Why is that doing that? How do I get rid of this? I try to uninstall this extension, but I keep getting this error. Did that. Tokai. So copy, add, download. All right. I did install the extension, but I keep getting the error. It must be somehow tied into somewhere, something else. It did not clean up. It was uninstalled. Now I know why only 122 people tried it. They were the suckers who GitHub suggested to try it, and then you go there and it explodes. It don't actually work. I got sucked in, man. Alright, so clear the US code extension cache. Look for any folder related to Tokai or statistics. Check for lingering processes. Open task manager. Is there okay. Let's see. Task manager, identity, Mac. Look for processes. Tokai, RBS code. Tokai. Well, killed VS Code. It wasn't exactly what I was aiming for there, but let's see if the Tokai thing comes back after I killed it. Now that I shut down my... Really, what this should not be saying is re-enable. Okay, it is gone now. It doesn't say re-enable, so that's good. Alright. Alright. Good. Okay, so that's gone. No more Tokai nonsense. Yeah, so I got to figure this static thing out. I'm gonna change stuff. I keep changing stuff, but such is the way, man. I don't care. Home team. Wait. And then we have all the details for said teams. If we always know that the home team is position 1, but the thing is, I may have to, well, we get the game session back. I'm going to have to set this every time. It's really annoying. Let's play game state. Don't need this anymore. Play game state. Let's play. Somebody's really watching me going, what? Why are you doing this? Last team state. Team. Fine, I will leave that alone for now. Team play info, okay. Alright, so now I have to go file, save, go over to my simulator, proto, and get rid of this. So I can get rid of this. and this, and renumber. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, oops, 10, 11, 12. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Oops, 141. Sheesh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Wow, I somehow managed to line up on that. I don't know how I did that. But... Okay, so we're back. We're back again. We're back again, and we're trying to roll. All right, we have game ID. Oh, don't need game ID twice. Oh, that's gonna break my lucky pattern there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. FPFM, go ms /common. And then we have make chan. Probably doesn't. It seems like it might be having an error though, because yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, wait, we are on common. Oh, did I not type make chan? Huh. Okay, I don't know why it didn't like that, but okay. What I mean by don't like is normally it fixes the indentation, but for some reason it's not doing it there. Alright, so we've once again rebuilt and reconfigured. Now we're back to run play, which is probably going to be all kinds of messed up. Except now I just need to get, let's see, get play request. And it's a team with possession, so offensive play. So I just need to say get play request. Alright, so I just need to say if game state dot team play info dot has possession and we want team what are we passing? ID offensive. What are we passing? Offensive. It's a play ID. It's a selected play ID. Oh, have we already picked the team? Get play request. Oh, we're gonna get the offensive play. Oh, so we need to play ID here. Offense, selected play equals team play info 0 has possession, then offense selected play equals game state dot team play info select to play ID else and we could probably do the same thing for defensive play. Defense selected play Alright, so we got team play info 01 15 0, okay. And then we just gotta take that. Put it here. And here. And we should be good for our play selections. However, I do need to actually define them, so we gotta go. This one's gonna be, what is this gonna be? This is going to be a var, or else a string. Var. Defense selected play. Offense selected play, defense selected play, declared. What do you mean declared but not used? It's right there. Offense selected play, defense selected play. Oh, this one's got to go away. Alright, so now these just need to show up because it's being done. Alright, so I do have those are declared, but it has a trouble for some reason implementing the simulator. Team play info is right here. See, perfectly good, perfectly healthy, perfectly ready to go. It's right there. Team play info. Huh. Part of the game state, just as I defined. And yeah, even though we successfully make-gened, it says team play info doesn't exist, which means it just hasn't managed to update it for whatever reason. Team play info undefined, but does have a field. Oh wait, did I? Oh, never mind. It is wrong. And it's probably going to be capital. Nope, that is capital, but this is not capital. Yes, it does. I put it in there. It's kind of funny that this says doesn't exist, but then you go over here and it says, oh, that doesn't exist. But, I mean, it does exist in a different form. So, oh, we are going to return a game state, I guess, at this point, because we're no longer doing that. Get playbook client. No, we don't have this anymore. I don't even need any of this. Doesn't exist. I don't know what play info is going to do, but get playbook client. I don't know why we're returning play info. Probably just because I don't actually have a game state. And these are just if it's nil. I get messages, cannot find play type. Just get rid of that. Play info, play info. All these are just error messages or returning the play info as an empty object. Can we just return the same game state? What's in here? Determine play characteristic based on play type. Oh. See, I haven't figured out how to determine if it's a 2-point play. I haven't logisticized that yet. I mean, it probably just is going to say it in the play. So it's either going to be in the title. So they're saying 2-point. But thing is, with a 2-point play, it's really not a 2-point play. It's a... It's a regular play that you just run to get 2 points. So I got to decide. It's almost like it's going to be a flag that determines it's a 2-point play instead. Like some kind of a Boolean test. Is this a 2-point play or not? Are we going for 2 points? I mean, really nothing special. I mean, you might run a goal line play, but that's no different from the play you'd run if you were going for a touchdown. Or going for a first down on a 4th and 1. So, really, a 2-point play has got to be something else. It's got to be triggered by a state. I think I'm going to have to put that into the game state. That just simply says, hey, we're going for 2. Because I don't know what other scenario, I mean. It may even be, what is the, what is it actually called? Is it point after? When you're going for the 2-point or you're going for the 1-point? Because all this needs to know, well, it needs to know it's a 2-point. And maybe, so I track it as, maybe I just track it as a point after and have it be an int. A 0 is, well, 0 is nothing. A 1 is a a extra point, and a 2 is a 2-point conversion. And then we just say because yeah, my play is not going to define that. I don't think I'm doing that. I'm going to go here and I'm going to go, what is my object? My game state? Game state dot so when it goes and calculates to go get plays, it has to know if it's got to pass back. So the coach has to return extra information, but the game state's going to have to know what coach has decided, because coach, we're just going to say, hey, we need an extra point play. Game state point after equals 2. Let's do this. Okay, I thought I said delete. Try again. Right. And that doesn't exist yet, so that's fine. And then we're going to go back into my types, and we're going to go we don't need 2 game IDs. Clock stopped, yards to go, yards to first down. Point after is going to have to be int 32. Zero equals standard play. 1 equals PAT. 2 is 2-point conversion. 2 conversion failed. What? No. Standard play, PAT attempt, 2-point, 2 equals 2-point conversion attempt. There we go. And then I'm gonna go back to my API simulator. I gotta plug this in. I forgot where I put it. It was right here. And that's at M32. Clock stopped. Okay, so we're back to where I was. We'll go back to run game again. And team 1 details. Get team details. Not sure why that's a thing. You cannot use team 2 details variable of type team details. Get team details. All right. Well, I don't know what that is. It's probably down here. Get next play. Defensive. Game state. Get offensive play selection. Get next play result. Get next play result. What is the next play result? Oh, is that just my run play? Oh, it must be just run play. Okay. So we have our game state. Game state, game state, game state. Mm-hmm. Offensive play. Consult game plan response. Go get it, man. Game state equals game state, not offensive play selections. Equals consult game plan response dot play selection, which is going to be whatever the consult play did. What does consult game plan want? It wants to know. It wants to know. It wants a consult game plan request. What is a consult game plan request? Which is not what this is, by the way. And BB consult, and then ops, whatever the heck ops are. Consult game plan. Consult game plan. Run game. Oh, must be the coach. Coach. Consult game plan, but it looks for a consult game plan request. I don't know what the heck it's talking about. I don't know. I must have been trying something. That's probably why it's broken. Alright, so consult game plan request in the simulators. Run play. Run play. Run play. Where does get next play result at? Run game. Alright, so we have a get next play result. I don't think those, I think those are mutually exclusive. I don't think those both are supposed to exist. I think I have get next play result, which is not supposed to be, I mean, it's one or the other, I think, is the problem. I think run play is supposed to be run play, which is the one that's supposed to be running all my code. Simulate play simulates an offensive play and returns a result. So I don't exactly know. Honestly, I don't know what that run next play is supposed to be, or get next play result is supposed to do. I think that's the one that's doing a bunch of extra logic. It's like it's the fake one. It's the simulator one, the POC version, and then this is the oh, I gotta change that. Run play is looking for a game state now. Where is it? Okay. Run play. Where is this guy identified at? A play result. Why does it think this is not play result though? This is game state. Play info is now a game state. But I think we have a problem. This is being declared somewhere. I think that's the thing. And that's passing in a game state. Invalid. Invalid type. What? Must be. It must be. Where is it being defined? Run play. Maybe that's in the. Why isn't it showing up? Is the question. If it is in here. I don't know why. Undefined PV play result. But it's not play result, it's a game state. Why are you and how are you complaining about that? Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. That's all I gotta say. I mean, you know, sometimes you just gotta like just kick it in the teeth and go, what are you talking about, man? Did it like go away? Did it just go away for whatever reason? Just said, yeah, okay, we'll go with it. It's like gone. It just stopped being there. Okay, I don't know what the heck just happened. Yeah. Defense play, offense play, call, value of type int. What is your problem? Defensive play, offensive play. Cannot use blah 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 blah. Has int32 value in assignment. Who says anything about an int32? And all these are strings or something else. What? int32. Play call. Which of these is a int32? Offensive play call. None of these should be ints, right? They're both strings. Offense selected play, defense selected play. Find a specific play type. Play call. Play type. And passes. Calculate play outcome. Defensive play, offensive play. Cannot use blah blah blah. Play call value of type int. Wait, is this calculate team yards like got more to it? Oh, these are supposed to be not play info anymore. They're well. Wait, did I set play info? State, game state, game state, game state, game state, game state, game state. Yards to go. No, that's not what I said. I said game state. Oh yeah, play info. Oops. A lot of these, but what it is. Dang it. Man, I used play info term a lot. It's like, why does it keep telling me it's not there? It is there. Team play info. Team play info is an array in the game state. Stop saying it's not there, you doodleberry. I'll close this. There we go. Hopefully that'll fix whatever nonsense it was thinking. Alright. I mean, to say, I still have to replace all of these ones. Up, down, and distance. Where's play results in this whole world of defined stuff? All right, we got play, and play type. Play type. When do I even use the off play and deep play in that thing? Almost. That is all just garbage crap. I don't see. None of this stuff is anything. It's like it returns. I'm just getting some random. Look at this. Is all crap. This is all just garbage. Make craps a lot. All right, so see what this is trying to do. This is the UI or the AI's attempt to try to do stuff with my logic and in my random logic. So it says, oh, well, let's go if you got this play and that play, and I'll do some rando stuff to make it work. And I was like, I don't want your rando stuff. It's not what I want. So ultimately, I don't have. I mean, I don't really need any of. I mean. Yeah, I mean, these are just random numbers. I don't know. Huh. Oh, boy. I'm suddenly getting yawns. All right, it's time for me to sign off, and I'll get back to this later. I think what I'm going to have to do is turn off all of these things because they're all broken. They all don't work at all. They're just rando stuff. And if I want random, I'll use my POC that's on the existence. What I really do need to do, though, once I get all of the primary functions of run, play, and all that stuff, it's kind of like, at this point, I'm calculating things that need to be. I need to calculate, you know, are we doing a 2-point play? This is how many points scored. So this could be like a point score calculator. I might actually just take this off and say, you know, points scored kind of thing. or calculate the yards to go. Create this in its own function, and then I could just say, okay, pass in an int of yards to go, and it'll tell me yards to go and points scored. We'll run the play. Where are we? Yards to go and points scored, and it'll say, okay, well, you got touchdown, you got extra point, you got whatever. I still don't know for sure how I want to do commentator stuff. I do kind of want a result for everything, but I have to be able to read that's probably part of the play progress log process. So I have to create an entire play progress where I go through and I loop through until the play completes. So at every action point, every character does something, I log it into the play progress log, or player progress log. And that is the play progress log. And we put, each one of them just gets an entry. We go through all 22 players. They all do whatever they do. And then we do it again and again and again and again until all the plays happen.